The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 5th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Claudia Tenney to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor and thank and express my sincere gratitude for an incredible group of students at Penn State University. This group of students have spent the last year dedicating countless hours to support a fantastic cause benefiting pediatric cancer patients. Thon is a year-long fundraising effort that culminates in an annual 46-hour dance marathon to support more than 4,500 families financially and emotionally with children who are battling cancer. On February 16th, Penn State students, staff, families, friends, volunteers, and spectators filled the Bryce Jordan Center for the 52nd annual Thon to raise money for the Four Diamonds Foundation. Thon was founded in 1973 by Penn State fraternities and sororities. What began as a small fundraiser bringing in $2,000 in its inaugural year has flourished into a campus-wide effort with more than 16,000 student volunteers across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In 1977, Thon partnered with the Four Diamonds Foundation, and since then, not a single Four Diamonds family has received a medical bill thanks to the tireless work and dedication of Penn State students. The Four Diamonds Foundation was founded by Charles and Irma Millard in 1972 after their son Christopher lost his battle with cancer at 11 years old. Before Christopher passed away, he wrote a story about a great knight who sought out 4 diamonds of courage, wisdom, honesty, and strength to be saved from an evil sorceress. His parents realized these 4 qualities were all necessary to overcome cancer, and they created the Four Diamonds Foundation in his memory. Over the past 50 years, Thon has grown into the largest student-run philanthropy in the world. Students stood from 6 p.m. on Friday, February 16th until 4 p.m. on Sunday, February 18th. And it was an impressive feat to hold. What is even more incredible is the drive, fortitude, and flexibility these students showed in their commitment to this cause. This year, Penn State students raised a record-breaking $16,955,683.63. This surpasses Thon's 2023 record-breaking total by nearly $2 million. To date, students have shattered records and raised more than $200 million. Of course, their dedication is to be applauded, but ask any Penn State student and they'll agree Thon isn't about them. It's about the children and the families fighting cancer. Thon is for the kids, and it's for families to focus on celebrating more birthdays, piano recitals, science fairs, graduations, and every other milestone a child should celebrate without fear. Thon exists so one day parents never have to hear the words, "Your child has cancer." Madam Speaker, I'm proud of these students, but more importantly, I'm proud of the children and the families who have the courage to fight back against pediatric cancer. Congratulations once again to everyone involved in this year's Thon. We are. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about the nation's #1 insurance program, Social Security. It has been that way since Franklin Delano Roosevelt first introduced it and continues to be the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and, frankly, Madam Speaker, the #1 anti-poverty program for children. And yet Congress has been derelict in its duty. There has not been a vote to enhance Social Security since 1971. Richard Nixon was President of the United States. As we speak today, there are close to 70 million Americans who rely on Social Security. Of those 70 million, it's important to understand that 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. More than 5 million of our fellow Americans have worked and paid into a system and get below poverty level checks from their government, the wealthiest in the world, with the nation's #1 anti-poverty program that this body has not acted on in more than 50 years. It's long overdue that we take the initiative and have a vote in the United States Congress that will help the American people. Social Security is bedrock. And whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, you understand this. Now, our colleagues on the other side have put forward something they call a study commission. We don't need to study Social Security. We know what needs to be done. But to have a study that goes behind closed doors, has an up or down vote that's unamendable, with no input from this body, is absurd and anti-democratic and anti-elderly and children from the standpoint of the havoc that it would wreak on this system. The idea that they're doing this to save Social Security is a fallacy. They're doing it so they can go behind closed doors and cut the very program that sustains so many Americans. More than 40% of all Americans who are on Social Security, this is the only pension benefit that they will have. And Madam Speaker, you know as well as I that it's not only a pension benefit, it's a disability benefit, as well as taking care of spouses and children. And imagine, for our viewers in the audience, Congress hasn't taken a vote in more than 50 years for the nation's #1 anti-poverty program. It's long overdue that we not study this. How about we do what we're elected to do by the public and actually vote? And if you got a better idea, put it out there. But we believe this as well. I commend President Biden for saying, and look, the way that we're going to pay for this is to lift the cap, or what's called scrap the cap, on people making over $400,000. This past month marked that millionaires have already stopped paying into the Social Security program. Bill Gates stopped paying back in January. That is wrong, it's not right, but to lift that cap will allow us not only to extend the solvency of Social Security, but increase benefits across the board for its members, to make sure that WEP and GPO, which have hurt teachers and municipal employees over the year, is finally scrapped. To have in there a tax cut for more than 23 million Americans who continue to pay taxes on their Social Security. And to make sure that everyone's benefits are enhanced. And where does that money go, Madam Speaker? The money from Social Security goes right back into every single congressional district. And it allows those individuals in that district to sustain themselves. Nobody's going out and buying stock options with Social Security 2100. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back my time and thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm proud Today, I'm proud to recognize the passing of Secretary of Agriculture Bill Northey. Secretary Northey's tenure as Iowa's Secretary of Agriculture left a remarkable legacy and included countless contributions to Iowa's agricultural heritage and Iowa's agricultural landscape. Under his leadership, Iowa saw significant advancements in conservation practices, soil health initiatives, and water quality improvement efforts. Beyond his policy achievements, Secretary Northey was known for his genuine kindness, approachability, and dedication to serving the people of Iowa. Secretary Northey's legacy will inspire future generations to continue to work and uphold his vision for a vibrant and prosperous Iowa. Bill's love for Iowa and Iowa agriculture was known to all, and his dedication to our farmers and the environment will be sorely missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I'm thrilled to share exciting details about the upcoming 2024 Register's Annual Great Bike Ride across Iowa, also known as RAGBRAI. Earlier this year, it was announced that the route of the 51st edition of this renowned bicycle ride will cross southern Iowa towns in Iowa for the first time in 5 years. The route will extend 424 miles from Glenwood to Burlington, Iowa, and at the end of the ride, cyclists can take on the challenge and power their way up Snake Alley. The ride will take place this summer from July 21st to July 27th, and I look forward to cheering on everyone who will participate in this upcoming adventure. Madam Speaker, I would like to wish my nephew, Andrew Martino, a blessed confirmation. Congratulations, Andrew, on this milestone. Madam Speaker, I have introduced this resolution with the entire Iowa delegation. This resolution congratulates Iowa native Caitlin Clark on becoming the National Collegiate Athletic Association's Division I basketball leading scorer. Whereas on March 3, 2024, during a basketball game between the University of Iowa Hawkeyes and the Ohio State University Buckeyes, Caitlin Clark, referred to in this preamble as Clark, became the National Collegiate Athletic Association referred to in this preamble as NCAA Division I basketball all-time leading scorer. Whereas, because of Clark and the University of Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball team, referred to in this preamble as the Hawkeyes, women's sports are being covered and talked about at the national level in the United States with the same fervor as men's sports. Whereas the Hawkeyes have sold out games at home at the Carver Hawkeye Arena and on the road in arenas across the United States. Whereas every sold out game is full of young girls watching Clark and the Hawkeyes demonstrate the excitement, competition, and fun that is possible because of women's sports. Whereas women's sports serve as an important way for young girls to develop discipline, teamwork, confidence, and leadership skills, and the achievements of female athletes should be celebrated. Whereas Clark serves as a role model, demonstrating that dreams are achievable with hard work and dedication. And whereas Iowans are proud of Clark and thankful for the opportunity to watch Clark, one of the greatest athletes to ever play basketball, compete for the Hawkeyes. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives congratulate Caitlin Clark on becoming the National Collegiate Athletic Association Division I basketball all-time leading scorer, and respectfully request that the Clerk of the House of Representatives transmit an enrolled copy of this resolution to Caitlin Clark, B, Athletic Director of the University of Iowa, Beth Gates, and Head Coach of the University of Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball team, Lisa Bluter. And go Hawks! With that, Madam Speaker, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon to honor the lifetime contributions of Marie Ritter to Virginia and our nation. Marie, a distinguished journalist and one of the most passionate conservationists I've ever known, celebrated her 99th birthday just a few weeks ago. I believe her children have finally gotten her to agree to stop driving herself to every one of her many engagements. Marie Ritter began her career as a journalist, covering the Reconstruction and post-World War II Europe for the Philadelphia Bulletin. But over the years, she wrote for the Washington Post, the Boston Globe, and Knight Ridder publications. But not just a writer, Marie also edited Vogue, Glamour, Mademoiselle, and even Condé Nast magazines. I became close with Marie when she hosted my first political event more than 36 years ago. When everyone else was skeptical, including my own family, she believed in me. Marie is passionate about saving our landscapes and our environment. She has been the champion of the Piedmont Environmental Council for decades. She served on the boards of the League of Conservation Voters and the Trust for Public Land. She's also a master gardener, and working in the garden high above the Potomac River, she was bitten by a copperhead a few years ago and rushed to Sibley Hospital for the anti-venom. When she was struck again by a copperhead a few years later, the emergency room doctor noted that he only treated 2 snake bites in his whole life. Both were Marie. So it was come as no surprise that he was yet again the attending physician on her 3rd snake bite. I do my best to avoid her garden. Marie's public service history is both remarkable and intriguing. She was the National Director of Head Start. She also served as the direct liaison to First Lady Lady Bird Johnson for 4 years. Later, she led the Sasha Bruce House, a compassionate home for lost children in our capital city, the abused, abandoned, neglected, and run away. Maria's won many awards in her fight for democracy, and in 2019, I was privileged to award her the Clara Mortensen Beyer Women and Children First Award for her outstanding accomplishments and contributions to empowering women. On a recent visit to her McLean home, we were regaled with the most recent bow and arrow and deer story in her garden, that same cursed garden. It was in season, of course. Megan and I are most fortunate to count Marie Ritter as our beloved friend, and our America is the long beneficiary of her creativity, her energy, and her tireless commitment to others. And when you earn her trust, Marie will even tell you about her date with John F. Kennedy. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, in the final week of the 1980 presidential campaign, former President Ronald Reagan posed an important question to voters. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? We don't have to wait till November to answer that same question today. The answer lies right outside this building. If you're not sure whether you're better off than you were 4 years ago, consider that last year Washington, D.C. saw 274 homicides. That's the highest number in almost 30 years. Homicides are up 23% from 2019 in Chicago. In New York City, homicides are up 23% from 2019. Felony assault is up 35%. Car thefts have almost tripled. And a record 5,363 NYPD officers were injured on the job last year. In major cities across this country, organized retail theft has claimed more than $100 billion in property, up from just $94 billion in 2021. There are 2 reasons for this, Madam Speaker: bad policy and bad messaging. House Republicans are committed to restoring law and order and opposing all efforts to defund the police and cracking down on rogue prosecutors who refuse to hold criminals accountable. We passed into law a bill to stop the D.C. Council's dangerous plan to change the criminal code. It would have ended mandatory minimums for many offenses and reduced maximum penalties for burglary, carjacking, and robbery. According to a recent article from the Washington Post, the D.C. Council is finally starting to reverse its position on these radical, progressive criminal reforms that it has been considering. It turns out that advocating for criminals isn't the best approach to stopping crime. D.C. lawmakers are also starting to see the damage caused by catch and release. If things keep moving in this direction, we might even begin to see those accused of violent personal crimes remain behind bars while they await trial. Last year, this city also experienced the worst officer shortage it has seen in 50 years. This is a direct result of the defund the police movement. It was more than a ridiculous slogan. It was a dangerous slogan that unfortunately garnered some traction around the country. It's become a cynical rallying cry, and I believe it's the reason law enforcement agencies across the country are having difficulty filling open positions. Another reason, frankly, is it's a more dangerous job today than it was a few short years ago. Last year, 378 officers were shot. 46 of them lost their lives. That's up 20% from 2020. So no, we are not better off than we were 4 years ago, Madam Speaker. In fact, those who live and visit our nation's capital are not better off than they were just 2 years ago. House Republicans are proud to stand with the men and women who keep our communities safe. We're also committed to taking on the extreme policies of the Biden administration, including bail reform and our wide-open southern border. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Gibbon.
Would you pray with me? Guard both our hearts and our mouths today, O God. Let no thought enter our hearts that may hinder our closeness with you, nor let any word come from our mouths that is not meant for your hearing. But set a guard over our mouths, keep watch over the door of our lips. Do not let any unwholesome talk leave our mouths, but only that which is helpful to the value of the institution and the benefit of the people we have been called to serve. Show us how to speak in such a way that edifies the conversation. Despite our differences, may we vow to benefit those with whom we dialogue. Inspire us to energize and not jeopardize discussion, to invigorate and not denigrate our interlocutors. May we cultivate dignity and demonstrate respect for all with whom we engage this day. Encourage us to build one another up according to their needs, that we may succeed in strengthening the body and repairing the divisions that weaken our purpose to do good works in our service to you and to this country. O God, our guardian, guide, and stay, abide with us this day and grant us the blessing of your divine guidance. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The House has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The Journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings in this question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance shall be offered and led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson. Sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Robert David Laughlin of Boalsburg in Center County, Pennsylvania. A lifelong Central Pennsylvanian, Robert was born on March 9, 1924 in Altoona and will be celebrating his 100th birthday this coming Saturday. At 18, he enlisted in the United States Navy and was selected for officer training. He received his commission at the U.S. Naval Academy under an accelerated program for wartime midshipmen. At that time, he was one of the youngest commissioned officers in the fleet. He served during World War II in the Pacific region as radar officer aboard the USS Pittsburgh and later aboard the USS Pasadena. A Penn State graduate, Robert spent his career as a physicist, studying electro-optical research for early airborne reconnaissance platforms and holds several U.S. patents. He later served as science advisor to the governor of Pennsylvania under 3 administrations. Most notably, he helped coordinate the initial state government response to the 3 Mile Island accident in 1979. Today, Robert is actively working on computer repairs, studying quantum physics, and spending time with his 8 grandkids and 10 great-grandchildren. Happy birthday, Robert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from the great state of Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, before President Biden took office, there was no war in Ukraine. Israel had not suffered a brutal attack from Iran-backed Hamas terrorists, and America was respected on the world stage. Now, 3 years into the Biden administration, a message has been sent far and wide to our enemies and adversaries around the world. America's leadership is weak. Whether it was the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, the appeasement of Iran, or the delay and downright refusal to stand up to Moscow, the world has been plunged into chaos. Now we must deal with the consequences. Military service members' lives are at risk. Mr. Speaker, our enemies are emboldened more than ever. That's why House Republicans are pursuing policies that counter China, promote peace through strength, and support our troops and allies to deter increasing global threats. We are committed to the security of the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. The Chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
You ready to rock and roll. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4403.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 259, H.R. 4403, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to make improvements to the Securing the Cities program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 4403.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 4403. Since 2007, DHS has operated the Securing the Cities program to help cities prepare for and respond to nuclear or radiologic threats. H.R. 4403, the Securing the Cities Improvement Act, will remove the requirement for a justification for a jurisdiction to be designated as a high-risk urban area by FEMA, diminishing the uncertainty for cities to be removed from the STC program. Additionally, this legislation will provide transparency by requiring the Department to establish performance metrics and milestones for the STC program to track its performance and monitor its expenditures. Thank you for your work on this, Congressman Carter. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4403, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I am pleased that we're here today to consider my bill, H.R. 4403, the Securing the Cities Improvement Act. My bill will help cities build and maintain their security capabilities against nuclear or radiological threats. While I want to emphasize the critical nature of my bill, its effectiveness hinges upon the reauthorization of the DHS Office of Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, CWMD. Without CWMD, the Securing the Cities program will cease to operate. Securing the Cities, also called STC, was launched by the Department of Homeland Security in fiscal year 2007 as a pilot program to support New York City, New Jersey, and Newark in detecting and preventing nuclear or radiological threats. Today, the STC program provides 14 local governments, including my hometown of New Orleans, with detection equipment, training, exercise support, operational and technical support, subject matter expertise, and programmatic support. STC's work in New Orleans has supported important events such as Mardi Gras, which is very special and a joyous time in my hometown. As you know, we will have the Super Bowl next year. This will have critical impact on its safety and delivering joy to the people of our country and our world. However, STC is limited to high-risk urban areas designated by the Federal Emergency Management Agency under the Urban Area Security Initiative, or UASI program. Linking STC and UASI together can create uncertainty for local governments participating in the program, as the composition of jurisdictions in the UASI program can fluctuate from one year to the next. To ensure stability within the STC program and maintain partnerships with at-risk cities, I introduced the Securing the Cities Improvement Act. My legislation would allow CWMD to determine which cities to partner with the STC program based on the jurisdiction's capability and capacity to prepare for and respond to threats of vulnerabilities against terrorist attacks, and other high-consequence events utilizing nuclear or other radiological materials. It would also establish performance metrics and milestones for the STC program and monitor expenditures for the program. Furthermore, the legislation requires DHS to provide a report to Congress regarding participation in the STC program, the establishment of metrics and milestones for the program, and any proposed modifications for this program. The bill is a common sense measure, one that will ensure that our cities are protected from nuclear or radiological threats. With that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 4403, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 4403 is important for sustaining local jurisdictions' capabilities to counter chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats. Without the support of programs like STC, addressing and mitigating threats could become more difficult or cease to exist altogether, which would jeopardize the safety and well-being of every individual residing in our country. Passage of this legislation is vital to maintaining our preparedness and ensuring the security of the nation against the evolving challenges posed by terrorist attacks and other high-consequence events that utilize nuclear or radiological materials. With that, I urge my House colleagues to support H.R. 4403, and I wish to thank our Chairman Green for his support in this measure. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4403. I also want to again thank Mr. Carter, the gentleman from Louisiana, for his excellent work on this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4403? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5969 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 332, H.R. 5969, a bill to direct the Secretary of Homeland Security to revise certain regulations to permit certain children to accompany their parents or legal guardians through global entry airport lanes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5969.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 5969. The Global Entry Program, which is managed by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, grants expedited clearance for pre-approved low-risk travelers. Millions of users are enrolled in the Global Entry Program, and Global Entry kiosks are deployed at many major airports throughout the United States. However, issues can arise when families are traveling with minor children who are not enrolled in the Global Entry Program. Because Global Entry benefits are member-specific, young children who are not enrolled in the program are not currently allowed to join their parents in the Global Entry line. H.R. 5969 would rectify this by allowing children ages 10 and younger to join their Global Entry enrolled parents or guardian through the Global Entry lane. Thank you to Congressman Luttrell for his work on this very important bill, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5969, and with that I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 5969 aims to make Global Entry more family-friendly by allowing children ages 10 or under to accompany their parents or legal guardians through Global Entry lanes when clearing customs in the United States. I think we would like to see all families with young children stay together throughout the customs process, and this bill would make travel more family-friendly without compromising security. This bill also makes it possible for parents to schedule interviews for Global Entry for their kids as groups, as opposed to in the current format, which schedules appointments separately. a logistical nightmare for parents. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to advocate for the passage of our bill, H.R. 5969, the Improving Travels for Families Act. Global Entry has been a critical asset in expediting clearance for pre-approved, low-risk travelers upon arrival in the United States. Reduced wait times and access to expedited entry in the United States are all the benefits of Global Entry membership. Global Entry began as a small pilot program in 2008 with availability in just 3 airports, and today the Global Entry program offers expedited pre-approved traveler clearance for millions of travelers and is available in over 60 U.S. airports. Our bill would improve international travel for families by allowing children ages 10 and younger who are not currently enrolled in the Global Entry program to accompany their parents and guardians who are in the program in the designated clear lanes upon arrival at international airports in the United States. Additionally, the bill would streamline the Global Entry application process by permitting parents or guardians to schedule a single application appointment for up to 4 young children at a time, rather than having to book multiple individual appointments, thereby reducing the interview appointment backlog. These small but meaningful advances will be a marked improvement on the Global Entry program. Under current law, only pre-approved Global Entry travelers, regardless of age, are permitted to utilize dedicated lanes and kiosks. This creates a major inconvenience for Global Entry enrolled parents who are traveling with young children who are not currently enrolled. I would like to thank Chairman Green, Congressman Glenn Ivey, and the members and staff of the Homeland Security Committee for working with me and my staff on this important bill. I urge all my colleagues to support this sensible legislative measure that will afford law-abiding Americans the opportunity to travel with their children. With that, sir, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield as much time as may be consumed by the gentleman from Maryland, Representative Ivey.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 5969, the Improving Travel for Families Act. I'm proud to co-sponsor this bipartisan legislation with my friend and Homeland Security Committee colleague from Texas, Representative Morgan Luttrell. This bill aims to make the GBP Global Entry Program more friendly for family travel at our international airports by allowing children ages 10 or under to accompany their parent or guardian through Global Entry when clearing customs in the United States. The bill also makes it possible for parents to schedule interviews for Global Entry for their kids as a group. It will do all of this without risking the security of children, as Global Entry approval requires multiple steps, including a background check. As a father of 6, I know how difficult the logistics can be for families traveling with young children. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan legislation that will make travel more friendly for families without compromising security. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Louisiana
reserves.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentleman from Louisiana closes.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I commend my colleague from Texas, Representative Luttrell, for introducing this bill, and I commend my colleague, Mr. Ivey, as the co-sponsor, at improving the travel experience for families. I believe this bill will help families traveling with young children eliminate some of the difficulties that they may experience along the way. I'm happy to support this bill and urge all members of the House to do the same. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5969, and of course I want to thank again Mr. Luttrell for his excellent work on the bill. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5969 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. On that objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-206.
The clerk will report the title.
Senate 206, an act to require the Commissioner of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection to regularly review and update policies and manuals related to inspections at ports of entry.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from Louisiana, Ms. Carter, each will control 20 minutes. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S206.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of S206. In 2019, the Government Accountability Office issued a report which determined that U.S. Customs and Border Protection did not regularly update their inspection policies at ports of entry. In some cases, policies had not been updated in 20 years and did not accurately reflect current operating conditions, presently deployed technology, or adequately address how to handle things like fentanyl. S206 would require CBP to review and update policies and manuals at least once every 3 years and also provide reports to Congress on changes made by those updates. This should ensure that CBP is employing the latest and most efficient methods to stop illegal activity at the ports of entry and prevent it from entering the United States. Thank you to Senator Scott and Congressman Guest for your important work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support S206, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
This bill is a common sense step to address the fentanyl crisis and save American lives. By requiring U.S. Customs and Border Protection to incorporate and continually update uniform policies and standards for their operations at ports of entry, we can be sure our officers continually adapt their implement inspection practices to the changing dynamics of illicit activities along the U.S. borders. It's important that we continue supporting necessary improvements for our ports of entry, where approximately 90% of CBP's fentanyl seizures occur. This bill complements the unprecedented progress that the Department of Homeland Security has made in recent years to stop fentanyl from entering our communities. DHS has launched new cross-government efforts to target smugglers and put more personnel, technology, infrastructure, and resources at our border. As a result, DHS has seized more fentanyl and arrested more criminals for fentanyl-related crimes in the last 2 years than over the previous 5 combined. DHS has taken serious action to thwart human trafficking and human smuggling through ports of entry. The End Fentanyl Act builds on these efforts as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Louisiana reserved. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the leader of the House companion bill to S206, the gentleman from Mississippi, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Green. I rise today in support of S206, the End Fentanyl Act. I'm a proud sponsor of the House companion bill, and I want to thank my friend, Senator Rick Scott, for leading this bipartisan effort in the United States Senate. And I also want to thank Congressman David Trone for co-leading this legislation in the House. This bill would require the United States Customs and Border Protection, CBP, to regularly review and update their inspection practices at ports of entry. It would also require them to respond to any new or innovative smuggling methods. This bill would require CBP to brief Congress on new inspection practices. The goal of this bill is to ensure that CBP is employing the most up-to-date methods to interdict and prevent illegal activity, such as the smuggling of deadly narcotics like fentanyl into our country. As Chairman Green said, this bill was introduced in direct response to a 2019 Government Accountability Office report, which found that CBP's inspections techniques were not uniformed across different ports of entry, and in some cases found that they were entirely outdated. The GAO report determined, and I quote, "Because CBP has not updated many of its policies, in a few cases for almost 20 years, they do not always reflect changes in technology or processes, such as those conducting searches and the handling of fentanyl. The End Fentanyl Act will be a valuable tool in our fight against the deadly scourge of fentanyl, which has devastated families and communities across our country. From May of 2022 to May of 2023, the U.S. suffered over 112,000 overdose deaths, with many of those deaths being attributed directly or indirectly to the use of fentanyl. Fentanyl poisoning is now the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. As cartels continue to develop new methods to traffic these deadly drugs in the United States, this bill will ensure that CBP responds to any new smuggling techniques in a uniform manner with the most up-to-date and effective practices. In closing, this bill will save lives, and this bill is a first step to securing our border from those smuggling drugs into our communities. With that, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting S-206, and with that, I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee reserved. And the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close when the gentleman from Tennessee is prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I have no other speakers after the gentleman from Louisiana closes.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my colleague from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for introducing the End Fentanyl Act. It's a key step toward ensuring that we're better prepared to stop fentanyl smuggling. By regularly improving our strategies and our port of entry, we can ensure that the Department of Homeland Security is keeping our communities safe. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to support this incredible measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and I again urge my colleagues to support S-206, and I thank Mr. Guest for his work in assisting Senator Scott, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 206? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 4467 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 190, H.R. 4467, a bill to direct the Undersecretary for Management of the Department of Homeland Security to assess contracts for covered services performed by contractor personnel along the United States land border with Mexico and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 days, legislative days, in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 4467.
With that objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 4467. As we are all aware, the volume of migrant encounters along the U.S.-Mexico border has increased exponentially in the past few years. As such, it has been necessary for the Department of Homeland Security to secure goods and services from contractors to care for migrants taken into custody by U.S. Customs and Border Protection. These contracts have enabled our dedicated Border Patrol agents and CBP officers to remain focused on their primary mission of securing our borders. Unfortunately, in the past, DHS has had issues with respect to awarding such contracts. H.R. 4467, the DHS Border Services Contracts Review Act, directs DHS to assess active contracts for covered services performed by contractor personnel along the U.S. land border with Mexico and submit to Congress a report with recommendations and strategies to improve the procurement and delivery of services through such contracts. I want to thank Congressman Burkeen for his work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this very important piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4467, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
DHS spends billions of dollars on service contracts to support its various missions, including its mission to secure the southwest border. These contracts provide a wide range of services such as transportation, medical care, and facilities to house migrants. Given both the cost and the importance of these contracts to DHS's Southwest Border mission, H.R. 4467, introduced by Mr. Burchett, seeks to improve DHS's procurement of contractor services used along the southwest border. The bill requires DHS to identify service contracts valued at more than $50 million used along the southwest border, and to assess whether those contracts are necessary to assist DHS in carrying out its mission. The bill also calls upon DHS to identify areas to improve efficiency and cost effectiveness in its use of service contracts along the southwest border, and to develop a strategy and an implementation plan to carry out such improvements. Finally, the bill also requires DHS to share its assessments, strategy, and plans with Congress, both throughout a report and in standing briefings. H.R. 4467 had bipartisan support both from Congress and last passing through the committee by voice vote. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this important measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise also in support of H.R. 4467, the DHS Border Services Contract Review Act, H.R. 4467. It goes without saying that the Border Patrol is overwhelmed when handling hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens coming across our southern border. And our national debt is increasing by nearly $1 trillion every 100 days. Congress must provide the oversight necessary to provide the power to simultaneously assist Border Patrol and also cut back on inefficient spending. Federal contractors have a role within DHS when the federal government cannot meet the requirements necessary to carry out its mission. In the last decade, DHS has increasingly relied on service contracts to carry out these operations. According to the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, DHS's contracted services have increased 40% between fiscal year 13 and 18. And nearly $70 billion in contracts over that 5-year window have been expended. In May of 2020, the GAO conducted a study on DHS services and the department uses for assistance, and they examined 8 DHS contracts and found that 3/4 of those contractors were never given any guidance by DHS on actions that are inherently under the jurisdiction of the federal government. GAO also reported that DHS has no consistent plan for contract oversight necessary to prevent overlap of contracting. This lack of guidance and potential overlap in functions highlights a glaring need for this report, especially considering the dilemma financially that we find ourselves in today. To combat this potential problem, H.R. 4467 directs the Department of Homeland Security under the Secretary for Management to assess contracts above $50 million for covered services performed by contract personnel along the U.S. border with Mexico and to minimize overlap and cut inefficiencies. This legislation requires the USM to report to Congress on active contracts, recommendations on how they can better be used to increase efficiency, and the criteria used to determine when a contract personnel is necessary for DHS to carry out its mission. If enacted, this bill will provide needed clarity and oversight for service contracts and helping DHS at the border where there is room for improved efficiencies. To ensure that taxpayer dollars are used responsibly, it includes a provision that prohibits the department from requesting additional funding to carry out this legislation. I'll reiterate that. Section 2C specifies that this legislation will not cost a dime. I want to thank Chairman Green, the committee staff, and urge all members to support this common sense legislation. And I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee
reserves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. I am prepared to close when the gentleman from Tennessee is prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close after Mr. Carter closes.
is going to reserve, and so the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I commend my colleague from Oklahoma, Mr. Burchine, for introducing this bill aimed at improving DHS's procurement of contractor services used along the southern border. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4467, and I yield back the balance of my time.
He yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4467, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4467 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6174.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 260, H.R. 6174, a bill to improve the biodetection functions of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from Louisiana, Ms. Carter, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6174.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 6174. The Department of Homeland Security established the BioWatch program to collect and test air samples of biological agents likely to be used in a bioterrorism attack. However, there have been ample criticisms and questions about the effectiveness of the BioWatch program. As such, in 2019, DHS launched a new acquisition program to move into the next generation of detection of bio threats and to replace the BioWatch program with new and more reliable technology. However, DHS has not used all the resources at its disposal, including the national laboratories housed within the Department of Energy. H.R. 6174, the DHS Biodetection Improvement Act, will ensure that DHS is doing everything it can to improve biodetection research and development, including requiring DHS to explain how it plans to utilize the expertise of the Department of Energy national labs. Congressman Strong, I want to thank him for his work on this bill, and I hope all the members will support this legislation today. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6174, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserved. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 6174, the DHS Biodetection Improvement Act. This bill seeks to enhance biodetection capabilities at the Department of Homeland Security by leveraging resources at the Department's Energy's national laboratories. Currently, DHS's Office of Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, or CWMD, leads DHS's biodetection work. The premier biodetection program is BioWatch, which is outdated, expensive, and labor-intensive. CWMD's more recent efforts to advance biodetection technologies have been delayed because of this. H.R. 6174 would move DHS's biodetection programs forward by requiring the department to complete an assessment of how it's utilizing the Department of Energy's national laboratories of biodetection. The bill would require DHS to create defined program and technical requirements necessary to advance biodetection programs, including critical research and development. Further, the bill requires the Homeland Security Secretary to provide Congress with strategy for conducting regular external evaluations to identify capability gaps and recommend contingency plans if biodetection technologies underperform. As foreign and domestic security threats evolve, Congress's support for advancements in biodetection programs is key. With that, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Green. I appreciate your support as well as that of my colleagues who joined me in introducing this legislation. H.R. 6174, the DHS Biodetection Improvement Act. Threats from Americans' enemies have continued to evolve and become more complex. The anthrax attack of 2001 opened our eyes to a new threat landscape that includes acts of bioterrorism. In the wake of the 2001 attacks, the Department of Homeland Security established the BioWatch program, which monitors, collects, and tests air samples for biological agents likely to be used in a terrorist attack. This technology is vital in protecting Americans against bioweapons, and we must have full confidence that if we deliver timely, accurate, and comprehensive information to our partners that operate this system. As a first responder myself, I know the difference that early detection makes. This becomes more vital when responding to an act of bioterrorism, which could have catastrophic consequences. We have worked across all levels of government to improve prevention, detection, and response capabilities, but there remains work to be done. DHS has faced continuous challenges in developing and acquiring new technologies to move forward the next generation of national biodetection. This legislation will ensure that DHS is fully leveraging every tool and resource to accomplish this goal, to include utilizing the Department of Energy's National Lab to develop new technologies related to biodefense, developing a plan to acquire existing technologies that can meet the Department's biodetection mission needs, conducting external evaluations to identify gaps and potential failure points, and to report to Congress and define plan that for the future of biodetection. As our adversaries watch on, we cannot afford to fall behind. America's security depends on it. I was proud to introduce this legislation, the DHS Biodetection Improvement Act, to ensure DHS is prepared to protect Americans against bioweapons. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield the balance of my time.
Yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserved. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as the balance of my time.
The gentleman's recognized.
While DHS has worked to improve the biodetection capabilities, many challenges remain, and the current technologies are aging. H.R. 6174 pairs DHS and the Department of Energy and National Laboratories, which will improve biodetection innovation and will ultimately keep our communities safe from biological threats. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this critical bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is recognized.
Here I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6174, and I appreciate and thank Mr. Strong for his hard work on this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6174? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. Normally, the last couple of times you were up here, you had a mask on, and I've got For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3391 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 131, H.R. 3391, a bill to extend the Gabriella Miller Kids First Pediatric Research Program at the National Institutes of Health and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Dr. Fryer, each will control 20 minutes. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3391, the Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Act 2.0. In the United States, it is estimated that nearly 10,000 children under the age of 15 will be diagnosed with cancer in 2024. Major advancements over the past several decades have improved survival rates, with 85% of children with cancer now living until 5 years or older. However, estimates predict that tragically over 1,000 children will still die from cancer this year, making it the leading cause of death from disease for kids. This legislation will ensure progress towards better understanding childhood cancer and structural birth defects will continue. It will also prioritize non-duplicative research and coordination across the National Institutes of Health on pediatric research. I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 3391, the Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Act 2.0. This bipartisan legislation, sponsored by Representatives Wexton and Cole, plays a crucial role in providing essential support for pediatric cancer and disease research. This bill is named in honor of Gabriella Miller, a Virginia resident who was diagnosed with an inoperable brain tumor at the age of 10. Gabriella was an inspirational activist who tirelessly advocated for research into childhood diseases like cancer until her passing in October of 2013. Her strong voice and bravery turned tragedy into the original Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Act, which was signed into law in 2014. This research program at the National Institutes of Health has made progress toward understanding childhood cancer and disease. The original law established a 10-year pediatric research initiative fund and authorized funding for childhood disease research. The law has also led to the founding of the Gabriella Miller Kids First Data Resource Center, a comprehensive data resource for research and patient communities meant to advance discoveries. Despite this progress, cancer is the top disease-related cause of death for children and teens in the United States. It is estimated that over 9,500 American children under age 15 will be diagnosed with cancer this year. I want to thank my friend, Representative Wexton, for her leadership on this legislation. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes to make a significant impact in the fight against pediatric cancer. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. A gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, chairman of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, leader on consumer protection in this Congress, Mr. Bilirakis.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. It's been great working with you all these years. I appreciate it very much. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3391, the Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Act 2.0. I'm proud to be a co-leader on this bipartisan piece of legislation with my friend and colleague, Representative Jennifer Wexton, who does an outstanding job on these issues. And again, she's retiring at the end of the term, and we're going to miss her. She did such wonderful work, particularly on the Parkinson's bill, and we're going to get it across the finish line. I'm grateful for her leadership on this particular bill as well to reauthorize the Kids First Pediatric Research Initiative at the National Institutes of Health. Our bill will continue the critical work being done to conduct biomedical research and discover new insights into pediatric conditions such as childhood cancers. The Kids First program has helped facilitate a better understanding of shared genetic pathways between childhood cancers, birth defects, and other pediatric conditions, and H.R. 3391 ensures that this research will continue for another 5 years. Further, the Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Act requires coordination of all federal efforts related to pediatric cancer research, as well as a report detailing current federally funded programs and initiatives and all advancements made thus far. And there have been several advancements. We all agree that these scientific discoveries could help unlock the key to developing future treatments and cures for our most vulnerable patients, our kids who suffer from pediatric cancers and rare diseases. We continue to fight the battle against kids' cancers, both inside and outside the federal government. I urge my colleagues to support our bill, the Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Act 2.0, and I yield back. Thank you.
30 seconds.
But I'll yield back to 30 seconds.
And
Thanks
the gentleman
so
yields
much.
back 30 seconds. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlelady from Washington reserves.
I have no further speakers. Mr. I've informed the House I have no further speakers. If the gentlelady's prepared to close.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Reserve.
The gentlelady from Washington.
Reserve.
Reserve.
I'm prepared to close.
Prepared to close.
The lady is recognized to close.
I simply want to speak in support of this bill. Want to encourage all of my colleagues to vote for this important bill to help cancer research. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3391 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise, remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Is that it? We're back up. That's right, we're going till 4. So, was it something I said?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3838 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 196, H.R. 3838, a bill to amend Title III of the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize federal support of states in their work to save and sustain the health of mothers during pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period to eliminate disparities in maternal health outcomes for pregnancy-related and pregnancy-associated deaths, to identify solutions to improve health care quality and health outcomes for mothers, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials into the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I then yield myself so much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 3838, the Preventing Maternal Deaths Reauthorization Act of 2023. During March, we celebrate National Women's History Month. We honor the strong women in our lives, and especially our mothers, who make great sacrifices to bring life into this world. According to the latest United States data, the maternal mortality rate rose yet again in 2021 to almost 33 deaths per 100,000 live births, compared to a rate of 23 per 100,000 in 2020. While we know that over 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable, we also understand that even one is too many. Preventing Maternal Deaths Reauthorization Act works to understand and reduce maternal mortalities by reauthorizing federal support for state-led maternal mortality review committees. Maternal mortality review committees are multidisciplinary committees that review the causes of maternal deaths in their state and make recommendations based on their findings to prevent future deaths and improve maternal health outcomes during pregnancy, childbirth, and the first year afterward. H.R. 3838 also requires the Center for Disease Control and Prevention to work in consultation with the Health Resources and Services Administration to disseminate best practices for the prevention of maternal mortality and morbidity to hospitals and other healthcare providers. Maternal mortality review committees are vital to understanding the drivers of maternal deaths and informing effective interventions. This way, we'll help to ensure that resources are directed where they will have the most positive impact. Since its initial authorization in 2018, we have already seen the work of the maternal mortality review committees make a significant difference in increasing the number of maternal mortality review committees from 32 states to 49 states, the District of Columbia, New York City, Philadelphia, and Puerto Rico. Through their work, this body was able to discover that over 50% of pregnancy-related deaths happen between 1 week and 1 year after delivery, leading to the critical extension of the state plan amendment for Medicaid and Children's Health Insurance Program to 12 months for postpartum coverage. The critical importance of this bill is furthered by the news from my home state of Texas just last week. Effective March 1st of 2024, Texas extended postpartum coverage for the full 12 months for eligible Medicaid and Children's Health Insurance Program recipients through Texas. The Texas Health and Human Services Commission will administer this, and I certainly want to thank Governor Greg Abbott and the Texas legislature for their continued efforts to protect and defend life, especially the lives of new mothers and newborn babies. Today, I am joined by 740 of my fellow OB-GYNs who are on the Hill with the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists urging a yes vote on this critically important bill. I want to thank my fellow representatives Diana DeGette, Buddy Carter, Robin Kelly, and Kat Kamek, and Kathy Castor for working with me on this important legislation. Mr. Speaker, I stand in strong support of H.R. 3838 and urge fellow members to vote for its passage today, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to my colleague, Representative Diana DeGette from the state of Colorado.
I thank
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. As Dr. Burgess said, we're facing a maternal health crisis in this country. From 2018 to 2021, the overall maternal mortality rate in the United States nearly doubled. We're simply failing American women as they become mothers. And we're particularly failing Black Americans, who in 2021 were nearly 3 times as likely than white Americans to die becoming mothers, irrespective of education or socioeconomic status. This is exactly the trend that the former gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Herrera Butler, and I sought to address when we passed the original Preventing Maternal Deaths Act in 2018. Through the programs developed by that legislation, we now have a much greater knowledge of what's causing this crisis and the infrastructure we need to build further understanding and drive solutions. Data generated by the maternal mortality review committees have provided us with the insight that 80% of maternal deaths are preventable. This understanding is the first step towards solutions, and we have to ensure that not only we don't lose, but that we strengthen the process we have made in building understanding and standardizing data so that we have a clear picture across the country of why this is happening. The Preventing Maternal Deaths Reauthorization Act will continue and bolster our support for the maternal mortality review committees. It will also ensure the timely and frequent dissemination of best practices to prevent maternal mortality. Make no mistake, further action is needed. And this reauthorization in itself will not solve the crisis. But that further action depends on the critical insights that we can get from this legislation. It's the foundation on which the solutions stand. I'm very grateful that my friend Dr. Burgess has taken up the mantle on this legislation. Also, my dear friend Kathy Castor and our ranking member here. And I urge a yes vote on the legislation and yield back.
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the sponsor of this bill, Dr. Burgess, for his outstanding work in health care, especially as a member of this august body. For many years, he served here, and I know he's going to be retiring at the end of this year, and we're certainly going to miss his leadership, particularly in the healthcare space, and we appreciate you very much. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3838, the Preventing Maternal Deaths Reauthorization Act, which I am co-leading with Dr. Burgess. Maternal mortality is something that I've worked on for many, many years as a member of the Georgia State Legislature and now as a member of Congress. It baffles me as to why Georgia, my home state, would be one of the leading states in the nation in maternal mortality. Have not been able to get my arms around that and understand why that is, but it is. Our nation's maternal mortality crisis, which, as I say, severely impacts Georgians, is alarming and trending in the wrong direction. In fact, in Georgia, the maternal mortality rate has increased to over 30 deaths per 100,000 live births. For women of color and people living in rural communities, those numbers are much higher. The United States is trending in the wrong direction as well, and we need to understand why moms are dying, despite us spending $4.4 trillion on health care in 2022. As a father, as a grandfather, and a healthcare professional, I believe that we can and we must do much better. It's time for this to become a national priority, which is why I am proud to be co-leading the Preventing Maternal Deaths Act with Dr. Burgess. This legislation will ensure continued support for the critically important work that the state maternal mortality review committees have done in addressing the maternal mortality crisis. State maternal mortality review committees are crucial to collecting data so that each state can form a plan to address maternal health issues impacting their community. This bipartisan bill is an important step towards ending the maternal mortality crisis in the U.S. We value women, we value life, and this bipartisan bill prioritizes both. I'd like to thank again Dr. Burgess for working with me on this important issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the United States faces a significant crisis with one of the highest maternal mortality and morbidity rates among developed nations. According to the most recent data, in 2021, more than 1,200 women died as a result of pregnancy or childbirth, continuing an upward trend over nearly 20 years. Racial disparities in maternal outcomes continue, with Black and Indigenous women dying at 3 times the rate of white women. Additionally, rural areas experience higher rates of maternal mortality compared to urban areas. And yet, experts and research using the Maternal Mortality Review Committee data indicates that at least 80% of maternal mortalities are preventable. H.R. 3838, the Preventing Maternal Deaths Reauthorization Act of 2023, is bipartisan legislation to reauthorize support for state-based maternal mortality review committees until 2028. These committees play a critical role in reviewing pregnancy-related deaths to identify causes and make recommendations for the prevention of future mortalities in their state. The legislation also requires the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, to work with HHS, the Health Resources and Services Administration, HRSA, to share the best practices to prevent maternal mortality with hospitals and healthcare providers. Enacting this legislation will provide the needed ongoing support of maternal mortality review committees, ultimately enhancing the safety of women throughout their pregnancy, delivery, and postpartum experiences while reducing racial disparities in outcomes. The legislation is supported by over 85 organizations across the healthcare spectrum. I'm pleased that it is before us today, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself 1 minute. I do want to
The gentleman is recognized.
I do want to point out in this bill, probably one of the most important aspects is the collection and dissemination of data by the CDC and HRSA. The best practices that occur across the country. There's no reason why one hospital should have excellent statistics and another hospital has questionable statistics. We should be able to be good enough that every hospital has excellent statistics. I know this to be true because where I did my residency at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, they have consistently had some of the best maternal mortality statistics in the country, and they take care of a population that is low income, women of color, underinsured, uninsured, the very populations that you would think would be at greatest risk. So I know we can do it. I've seen it done, and it's so important to me that we collect and disseminate this data. I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield as much time as she may need to my colleague, Representative Kathy Castor from Florida.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, I thank Dr. Schreier for yielding the time. I rise in strong support of the Preventing Maternal Deaths Reauthorization Act. It's critical legislation that I am proud to co-lead to address the maternal mortality crisis in America, unconscionably the worst in the developed world. You know, each of us deserves to live a healthy life, and for mothers, for women, that includes access to the care they need before, during, and after pregnancy. But pregnancy in America right now is too often traumatic, or it's life-threatening, and our maternal health crisis in many places is tearing families apart. This is particularly true for Black women, who often experience worse outcomes due to disparities in access to medical care, the care that they need and that they deserve. Our bill will help recommit to the health of our neighbors by ensuring that more moms can have safe pregnancies and by improving health outcomes for the patients at the highest risk of maternal mortality and morbidity. In the Tampa Bay area, I'm proud to represent outstanding OBGYNs and providers like clinics like Avera Health or organizations like Reach Up and the Healthy Start Coalitions and more. They have worked tirelessly to address our maternal mortality rates and improve the quality care for new and expecting mothers. This bill will help them. And similar organizations across the country in partnership with CDC by building upon the comprehensive framework of the Preventing Maternal Deaths Act, supporting maternal mortality review committees, and strengthening life-saving initiatives to improve health outcomes. For example, Florida's Maternal Mortality Review Committee has successfully created initiatives to reduce deaths associated with postpartum bleeding and opioid use disorder. But we have to do more. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to address America's maternal mortality crisis through research, through prevention, and evidence-based practices. And I want to thank my partners on the Energy and Commerce Committee who brought this bill to the floor, Congressman Burgess, Congresswoman DeGette, Congressman Carter, Congresswoman Kelly for her years of advocacy, Dr. Schreier, Ms. Kamek as well. Thank you for co-leading this legislation with me. Families are counting on us. Please vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I'd like to yield as much time as she may require to Representative Robin Kelly.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this bipartisan effort to address the maternal health crisis. One of the most glaring inequities in our country is the disparities in maternal health outcomes. In the richest country in the world, the United States is falling behind and failing our mothers and babies. Over 1,000 women died in 2021 because of complications from childbirth. This is up from 861 deaths in 2020 and 754 deaths in 2019. What's even worse, as you've heard, is that Black women are nearly 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes as non-Hispanic white women, and that depends on where you live. Where I represent is 6 times as likely. Indigenous women are more than twice as likely to die from pregnancy-related causes as non-Hispanic white women. Again, it depends on where they live, but this is just unacceptable. But I'm proud to say that this legislation will bring us closer to a future where no mother has to worry that growing her family will cost her life. The Preventing Maternal Deaths Act that I co-led with Reps. Burgess, Kamek, Castor, Carter, and DeGette will strengthen and expand federal support for maternal mortality review committees, or MMRCs. State-fashioned MMRCs are tasked with identifying maternal deaths, analyzing the factors that contributed to those deaths, and translating those lessons into policy changes. I am proud to say that a piece of my comprehensive maternal health legislation, the Mamas Act, is included in this legislation. The Preventing Maternal Death Act has received unanimous bipartisan support from the Energy and Commerce Health Subcommittee and the full committee. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill and save moms' lives. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close when the gentlelady's finished.
The gentleman is prepared to close. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. I am so pleased that this bill is before us today. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this very important bill that will save lives. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time. Mr. Speaker, this bill is personally important to me. My grandfather, who I never knew, my father's father, was an academic obstetrician in McGill Hospital in Montreal from the end of the First World War until his death in 1939. During that time, maternal mortality was substantially reduced. The caregivers of that time, prior to the introduction of antibiotics, made great strides in reducing maternal mortality. Some of that was through the imposition of preventive medicine. Some of that was because of improved anesthesia and blood bank techniques. And of course, with the introduction of antibiotics in 1940, the rates came down even substantially more. So we know it can be done. At that time, the major drivers of maternal mortality were hypertension, hemorrhage, and infection. Now the major drivers are well after delivery, and they fall into the realm of cardiovascular disease, suicide, drug overdose. So this expansion of postpartum coverage to the first year after delivery was really work that was established in our committee. We did the research on that, and we provided the guidance that now has been taken up by a great many states. So I look forward to a day where we can look at these numbers to be significantly reduced even over where they are now because of the changes that we have made as a result of this legislation. It's important work. I want to encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on the underlying bill, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3838 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed and without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask
purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition.
I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman asks for the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number has risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3821.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 197, H.R. 3821, a bill to reauthorize the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act of 2018.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record of the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3821, the Firefighter Cancer Registry Reauthorization Act. Firefighters are among our nation's first responder heroes. They are on the front lines of the most dangerous and frightening emergencies, and they bravely answer the call to save our family members and loved ones from harm. Tragically, cancer remains one of the leading causes of death for firefighters, and firefighters are more likely to develop certain types of cancer than the general public. This legislation authorizes the voluntary National Firefighter Registry for Cancer, which will help us monitor, study, and understand the relationship between toxic exposures firefighters face and cancer risk. I want to thank Representative Pascrell and Fitzpatrick on their work on this bipartisan legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3821, the Firefighter Cancer Registry Reauthorization Act of 2023, sponsored by Representative Pascrell from New Jersey. H.R. 3821 reauthorizes funding for the critical research at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, to monitor and study the relationship between career-long exposure to dangerous fumes and toxins and the incidence of cancer in firefighters from 2024 to 2028. Created in 2018, the National Firefighter Registry was established to address knowledge gaps and improve nationwide data collection capabilities and monitoring of cancer incidents from a large and diverse population of firefighters. Studies have shown that firefighters may have a greater risk of some types of cancer due to their exposure to smoke, toxins, and hazardous chemicals. The registry's work is a collaboration amongst epidemiologists, public health experts, clinicians, and firefighters. Thousands of firefighters have enrolled, making it the most extensive initiative ever undertaken in our country to comprehend and mitigate cancer risks among firefighters. This bill is supported by the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the National Volunteer Fire Council, and National Fallen Firefighters Foundation, among others. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, but I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Representative Pascrell from the state of New Jersey.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee on both sides of the aisle for this Reauthorization Act. The time flies. When we put this together 5 years ago, it was bipartisan as well. I thank them. Our fire heroes run into burning buildings while we run away. And they make harrowing rescues every single day, saving lives and protecting property. But there are dangerous carcinogens lurking in the air that they breathe and in the equipment that they use. The effects of these toxins are not fully known, may take years to determine. In 2022, the International Association for Research on Cancer found that the occupation of firefighting, the very occupation, causes cancer. And we're talking about thousands of volunteers and thousands of career firefighters. Cancer is the leading cause, as you just heard, of line-of-duty deaths for firefighters. but behind each statistic is a beloved public servant. Eduardo Diaz, a firefighter in North Bergen, passed away from pancreatic cancer at the age of 53. Firefighter Diaz was a beloved resident of Hasbrook Heights and a member of the Professional Firefighters of New Jersey, who are in town today supporting federal aid for firefighters. In my hometown of Patterson, my close friend, FMBA firefighter Jerry Benke, tragically died from brain cancer. These are but two of the many firefighters lost to cancer. When someone is diagnosed with cancer, it is reported to the cancer registry in their state. Democrats and Republicans saw the significance of this 5 years ago. There was no registry, but specific details about their work are now collected. To focus attention on this issue that can yield results, in 2018, the Congress rightfully created the National Cancer Firefighter Registry. It is the largest effort in history to understand and reduce cancer among firefighters. Because of it, the CDC has made a database of firefighters with cancer to monitor and study the ties between career-long exposure to dangers, fumes, and toxins, and incidents of firefighter cancer. And since its opening year, more than 10,000 firefighters have voluntarily enrolled for the registry. My bill would reauthorize the registry for another 5 years at a very modest funding level for what we hope can be life-saving work. I urge my colleagues to support passage of this measure so we can get it to the President's desk as soon as possible. I thank you, all of you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves.
I am prepared to close, and I reserve.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I just want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, how important it is that we look out for our heroes, our firefighters, as well as they look out for us. And I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this very important bill. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank my friend from New Jersey for bringing this forward and working hard for this. I know that his community, we've seen what happens to firefighters in his community from 9/11 and on, and it's really important work that our firefighters do. As he said, there were a group from Kentucky in town today that I had the chance to talk with, and the heroes who go into burning buildings to save our families and all the other things that they do for us. And so I will close by strongly urging my colleague to support H.R. 3821, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3821 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request that the vote be recorded by yea or nay.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request that the votes be recorded by yea or nay.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number has risen. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Right into it. Yes. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 498 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 498, a bill to amend Title V of the Public Health Service Act to secure the suicide prevention lifeline from cybersecurity incidents and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 498, the 988 Lifeline Cybersecurity Responsibility Act led by Mr. Obernolte. In 2021, more than 48,000 people died by suicide in the United States. That equates to 132 people every day. These are our family members, our neighbors, and our friends. This number is staggering, and unfortunately, suicide deaths are continuing to rise. People need hope and healing. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is a national network of local crisis centers used to support people in suicidal crisis or emotional distress. This has proven to be a vital resource, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, when government-imposed lockdowns led to increased social isolation and loneliness. The Lifeline suffered a cybersecurity attack in December 2022 and was proactively taken offline for several hours. It is unknown how many individuals were hurt by the outage, but we do know that individuals in emotional distress or suicide crisis were unable to utilize the Lifeline for hours. H.R. 498 would improve the Lifeline's cybersecurity protections by requiring coordination between SAMHSA and the Chief Information Officer within HHS. Additionally, this bill requires Lifeline administrator and local call centers to report any cybersecurity incidents and vulnerabilities to SAMHSA as soon as they're identified. My hope is that this bill will help prevent future cyber attacks and disruption of services so individuals in crisis can access this resource and get the help they need. I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 498, the 988 Lifeline Cybersecurity Responsibility Act, sponsored by colleagues Representatives Cardenas and Obernolte. On July 16, 2022, the 988 Lifeline became available to all landline and cell phone users to access a network of over 200 local and state-funded crisis centers. The Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is there for anyone struggling with anxiety, depression, or suicidal ideation. Since its launch, according to data from the Kaiser Family Foundation, the 988 Lifeline has received almost 5 million contacts. Nearly 1 million are from the Veterans Crisis Line, a designated part of 988. The others have consisted of 2.6 million calls, almost 750,000 chats, and more than 600,000 texts. In December of 2022, the 988 Lifeline experienced a cybersecurity breach, which resulted in a day-long outage across the country. This lifeline is imperative to suicide prevention and utilized by constituents in every one of our districts. The legislation on the floor today will require better coordination and reporting on potential cybersecurity vulnerabilities within the 988 Lifeline, with the goal of preventing future cyber attacks and disruption of service. The bill requires coordination between the Lifeline and the Chief Information Security Officer at the Department of Health and Human Services to prevent cybersecurity attacks. The suicide hotline's regional and local network administrators would also be required to notify the government of cybersecurity vulnerabilities and incidents. Finally, the Government Accountability Office would be required to conduct a study evaluating cybersecurity risks and vulnerabilities in the 988 Lifeline system. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 3 minutes to my good friend from California, a leader in cybersecurity in this Congress and a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Obernolte.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'd
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Kentucky, my friend and colleague, for the opportunity to present my bill, H.R. 498, the 988 Lifeline Cybersecurity Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, according to the CDC, in 2022, nearly 50,000 Americans took their own lives. This is a shocking and frankly shameful commentary on the state of mental health in this country. Mr. Speaker, that amounts to over 100 suicides a day. In response to this growing crisis, in 2005, Congress authorized the 988 Lifeline. 988 is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week hotline that anyone with suicidal thoughts can call to be connected to counseling and to resources. In the first year of operation, the 988 Lifeline received nearly 50,000 calls, and it's continued to grow in the years since then. It has undoubtedly saved thousands of American lives. Unfortunately, 14 months ago, the 988 Lifeline was taken down by a cyber attack on its systems operator. Mr. Speaker, every minute that Lifeline is offline is the potential for the loss of American lives because those resources are not available to them. This bill is an attempt to solve that problem. H.R. 498 would require 988 systems operators to report cybersecurity vulnerabilities and would require the Department of Health and Human Services to coordinate in addressing those vulnerabilities. The bill also requires the Comptroller General to create a study of the cybersecurity vulnerabilities on the hotline and the ways that those vulnerabilities can be addressed. Mr. Speaker, the 988 Lifeline is a vital resource for Americans that might be having suicidal thoughts or contemplating the irrevocable act of taking their own lives. This bill is a small step in making sure that that Lifeline remains available to the Americans who are depending on it. I thank the gentleman from Kentucky for bringing this bill forward to the floor. I urge my colleagues to respectfully to vote yes and to pass this bill to the Senate. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and I am prepared to close.
No, I'm prepared to close. I have no more speakers.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Before I yield, I do have one speaker. Mr. Cardenas from the state of California is here to discuss this bill.
The gentleman is
recognized. I yield
recognized.
as much time as he may require.
Thank you for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a proud partner. I actually ran over here as a proud partner with my colleague, Republican Obernolte, to support the passage of the 988 Lifeline Cybersecurity Responsibility Act, which would help to protect 988 from any future cyber interference. Unfortunately, suicide is the second leading cause of death among our young people in America. And prior to COVID-19, prior to the pandemic, was the 10th leading cause of death in our nation. We need to treat this as the legitimate health crisis that it is. This is one of the reasons why I believe there is so much promise in 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Not only does the 3-digit calling code provide a 24/7 lifeline to individuals in crisis from anywhere in the United States, it also represents a change in the way we think and respond to mental illness as something that warrants help and support, just like other kinds of health conditions. 988 in its fullest form is not just a number, but a connection to a full mental health crisis response. Because I know that I have limited time, there's much more to be said, but let me tell you, this is a perfect example why the people of America send us to Washington, D.C., to come together, to recognize what we need fixing, and to come together as Republicans and Democrats from both sides of the aisle to work together to create one of the best systems this country and this world will ever know. 988 is something that any American can take for granted because we created that almost 70 years ago, where people will call 911 and they know somebody's going to come and save a life. 988 is exactly what we need to do for the American people. That's why I'm so proud to work with my colleague, Congressman Obernolte, to make sure that we move this forward and put our children, our country, and our families and our communities in a better place in any moment of a mental health crisis. And with that, I yield back.
Chairman yields. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now have no more speakers. I am prepared to close. I have visited the 988 Center in my area and seen the dedication of the providers, and we need to make sure that we protect this lifeline from cybersecurity risks. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important bill, and we have our two good friends from California working together, both across the aisles, bipartisan. Energy and Commerce Committee, this is an important bill to move forward, and in closing, I will urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 498 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Versus the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3836 as amended.
The clerk will report the bill.
Union Calendar Number 134, H.R. 3836, a bill to facilitate direct primary care arrangements under Medicaid.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I am proud to support the work today of Congressman Crenshaw, a fierce advocate for primary care access for patients in this country. Primary care is the backbone of our healthcare system, and we know that investing now in connecting Americans to primary care will keep people healthier and save money along the way. The Medicaid Primary Care Act, Improvement Act, is a straightforward bill that will help clarify current law to ensure that states have the tools and flexibility needed to offer primary care services in a variety of manners and settings through the Medicaid program. One way to deliver primary care that shows promise is called direct primary care. Direct primary care clinics have been expanding around the country and allow patients to pay a set amount per month for access to primary care doctor to help address the basic health need of health care. This legislation makes sure that the state could explore an option like this for Medicaid enrollees in their state. It's a simple yet effective bill, and I believe it will lead to better outcomes and save taxpayers dollars in the long run. Urge all of my colleagues to join me in support of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3836, the Medicaid Primary Care Improvement Act, sponsored by Representative Crenshaw from Texas and myself. As a primary care physician and a Congresswoman, I'm excited to see the Medicaid Primary Care Improvement Act come to the floor today. Allowing Medicaid to utilize the direct primary care model is a huge shift in the way that Medicaid patients and doctors interact for the better. Direct primary care is structurally different than traditional care models because it's not designed around fee-for-service billing, but rather focused entirely on providing patients the best care possible. This is made possible by having Medicaid pay an affordable monthly fee that in turn allows doctors the time and flexibility with a set number of patients to provide the best possible care and the ability to schedule appointments that are the right length to provide all the support those patients need for optimal health. Some appointments might take 90 minutes, some might take 10. In the direct primary care model, doctors have a number of patients or a patient panel that they are responsible for caring for, and a smaller patient population It means more time spent on things like education, preventative care measures, and being able to talk through and address critical topics like nutrition, exercise, stress, and social determinants of health that can't always be thoroughly addressed during a typical time-limited primary care appointment. In turn, this means better patient understanding of and involvement in their own health care, fewer visits to the emergency room, and ideally, better outcomes. Other trials of direct primary care have shown exactly those outcomes. Dr. Garrison Bliss is a pioneer in this effort, starting up the first direct primary care practice in Washington State in 1997. His last year in practice was 2020, the year we were met with COVID. He had just 450 patients, with the average patient in their mid-60s. Their age put them at an increased risk for COVID morbidity and mortality, and patients in this age group generally require more care, just the smaller-sized panel. Not a single one of his patients died from COVID during that first year, when we still didn't have vaccinations or treatments, and we were still learning about the disease. He credits this to the fact that he could reach them and they could reach him readily and have conversations about their care and talk with them about their COVID concerns. He could send out newsletters directly with pertinent information. If his patients had a question about whether or not to go to the emergency room, he was available to give advice by being there for his patients. Consulting with him prevented ER visits with no compromise in care. This model of care deserves to have more pilots around the country, hopefully with similar results: better outcomes, lower costs, tighter relationships between doctor and patient, and improved patient and physician satisfaction. And if these benefits are consistently achieved, then all people, no matter their level of income or insurance, deserve the option of a direct primary care model, including Medicaid. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3836, and I reserve the balance of my time, although I have no further speakers.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 3 minutes to the strong proponent of this bill, strong proponent for primary care, and one of the strongest in Congress, a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of my bill, the Medicaid Primary Care Improvement Act, and I want to thank both the chair and the ranking member for their support. And I also really want to thank Representative Schreier for being such an excellent co-lead and advocate, and Representative Smucker, Blumenauer, and Pedersen who continue to also champion direct primary care. Look, a lot of attention gets paid to the members who come down here and raise their voices and scream and yell about all the things they're really mad at because they want the public to know how mad they are. Every once in a while, we can raise our voices and wave our arms for some good things that we all work on together, just to improve people's health care. And this bill is just that. It's a first step for addressing one of the most important issues in health care, which is access. See, we can promise people health insurance, we can add more money to it, but it doesn't necessarily translate into actual access to a provider. Direct primary care is one of the easiest, and that's right, most direct ways to deliver primary care to patients. It's a payment model that makes sense to patients because it's simple. It's unlimited access to primary care providers by paying a monthly fee. It's a win-win for both patients and doctors because it simplifies and guarantees that relationship. It keeps patients out of costly emergency rooms. It saves money for the entire healthcare system. It encourages more efficient preventative medicine as well. This means treating prediabetes before it becomes diabetes. This means treating heart issues before they become heart disease. And so the market has already created direct primary care, and it's a model that actually thrives in districts like mine, where we have doctors like my friend, Dr. Glenn Davis, whose direct primary care practice saves businesses lots of money on their premium payments and also delivers quality care to patients. But as usual, the government has not caught up. This bill removes the uncertainty about whether Medicaid can pay for direct primary care access and empowers states with the necessary guidance to provide direct primary care for vulnerable patients who need it most. It's a game changer because many Medicaid patients aren't accessing primary care right now. They're more likely to show up at an ER than schedule regular visits with a primary care physician. And ER costs keep going up because, well, too many people are not getting preventative care that they need. Why? Well, because Truth is, a lot of primary care doctors simply can't serve Medicaid patients due to low reimbursement rates. If we allow states to tailor their Medicaid programs for direct primary care, which this bill does, we could fundamentally change this dynamic. Our legislation is straightforward and it has zero cost. It clarifies that current laws don't prohibit direct primary care arrangements while offering guidance for states that want to use direct primary care in their Medicaid programs, just like my home state of Texas. I genuinely hope that we can push forward in a truly bipartisan way. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Our reserve. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Mr.
And I reserve.
I have speakers.
And I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to a member of the Ways and Means Committee, a good friend of mine, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie, for yielding time. I, Mr. Speaker, rise today in support of this bill, the Medicaid Primary Care Improvement Act, which I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of. Now, we've heard of the many benefits of direct primary care. Certainly, I've seen that in my community, where we have many patients accessing their care through doctors providing direct primary care, which is receiving primary care services for a simple, flat monthly fee. And we've seen that it keeps patients out of emergency rooms, it improves health outcomes, and it yields savings. And I really believe it will yield savings to the Medicaid program in this case. This bill clarifies that state Medicaid programs may include direct primary care arrangements, and as I said, will help vulnerable beneficiaries access low-cost and high-quality health care services. And I think giving states that flexibility is a great step in the right direction as well. When state Medicaid programs innovate on behalf of their patients, especially with something like this, leveraging value-based care delivery models like direct primary care, I think patients and taxpayers will be the winners. I do want to mention also a bill that I've introduced, the Primary Care Enhancement Act, which would allow patients or individuals with health savings accounts to access primary care and have that cost be included as a qualified benefit, a qualified expense in the HSA. So this would be another way to expand access to primary care. So again, I want to thank Mr. Guthrie for yielding time. I want to thank Mr. Crenshaw for his important work on this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Our reserve. I am prepared to close.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is now recognized.
Whatever we can do to expand affordable care, improve health care, strengthen the doctor-patient relationship, and bring down costs is a win for our constituents. That's why I'm excited to sponsor this bill, the Medicaid Primary Care Improvement Act that allows the use of direct primary care. I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate Dr. Schreier and all the work that she's done, all the work that the two gentlemen who spoke as primary sponsors have done on this bill. It's a good bill. In closing, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3836, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3836 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3843.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
In calendar number 194, H.R. 3843, a bill to amend Title III of the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize grants to address dental workforce needs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and
Without
insert
objection.
extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3843, the bipartisan Action for Dental Health Act led by Representative Simpson. Oral health plays an important role in the well-being of all Americans. According to the Health Resources and Service Administration, we'll be facing a shortage of close to 9,000 general dentists and more than 23,000 dental hygienists over the next 15 years. The Action for Dental Health program directs federal funding to state and local organizations to help support the dental workforce and improve access to care for patients. The bill authorizes the important program for a 5-year period and strengthens the impact of existing resources to enhance oral health care. Advancing early diagnosis and preventive dental treatments will improve the patient care and health outcomes. This reauthorization is an important step in addressing barriers to oral health care services. Urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3843, the Action for Dental Health Act, sponsored by Representatives Kelly and Simpson. Access to oral health care is critical to ensuring a person's overall health and well-being. Too often, however, oral health care is overlooked. Tooth decay is the most common chronic disease in both children and adults in the United States. In fact, more than 1 in 4 adults have untreated cavities, and nearly half of American adults show signs of gum disease. Clearly, we need to do more to expand access to oral health care, including strengthening the oral health care workforce. The Action for Dental Health Act will reauthorize state oral health workforce improvement programs. These programs seek to enhance dental workforce planning and development through the support of innovative programs that meet the individual needs of each funded state. I hope my colleagues will join me in this effort to strengthen and expand access to oral health care, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3843, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 3 minutes appropriately to a dentist who's a member of the House, the chairman of a subcommittee on the Appropriations Committee, my good friend from the great state of Idaho, Dr. Simpson. 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank the gentleman from Kentucky and the gentlelady from Washington for bringing this bill to the floor. I rise today in support of H.R. 3843, the bipartisan reauthorization of the Action for Dental Health Act of 2023. First, I want to thank my colleague from Illinois, Congresswoman Robin Kelly, for her continued leadership on this issue. I was proud to partner with her in 2018 when the Action for Dental Health Act first passed. And I am pleased to see that the House of Representatives is working again in a bipartisan fashion to consider the reauthorization of the Action for Dental Health Act. Since its implementation, the Action for Dental Health Act has improved dental care in communities across the United States, strengthened the dental safety net, and brought disease prevention and education to underserved communities. This reauthorization is an essential step in continuing to address barriers to oral health care services that still exist, like tackling the oral health workforce issues and reducing the number of adults and children living with untreated dental disease. As a former dentist in Blackfoot, Idaho, I know that the more we can provide patients with an early diagnosis, the better off our patients and our oral health care system will be. As co-chair of the Congressional Oral Health Caucus, I am proud to once again join Congresswoman Kelly in this effort, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this critical reauthorization so we can continue the work to decrease dental health disparities in communities where better access to care is most needed. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is now recognized.
I yield to my colleague, Representative Kelly from Illinois, as much time as she may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for considering the Action for Dental Health Act that I'm proud to co-lead with Rep. Mike Simpson. The Action for Dental Health Act was the first bill that I passed when I arrived to Congress, and I'm honored to see the continued support for this important piece of legislation. Oral health care is a critical part of our overall health, and preventative dental care can reduce costs for families and help so many people live better lives. Oral disease is a common risk factor with chronic diseases such as cardiovascular diseases and diabetes. Oral health affects our ability to eat, speak, and show emotions. It plays a crucial role in shaping an individual's self-esteem, academic performance, and attendance at work or school. Furthermore, many studies have shown a connection between poor oral health and increased mortality risk, showing that preventative oral health care not only enhances quality of life, but also plays a pivotal role in promoting longevity and reducing mortality risk. Additionally, oral health is an important part of perinatal health. Reducing bacteria in a woman's mouth during pregnancy can significantly reduce her risk of developing oral diseases and spreading decay, causing bacteria to her baby. Moreover, some evidence suggests that women with periodontal disease during pregnancy could be at greater risk for poor birth outcomes, such as preeclampsia, preterm birth, and low birth rate. Regular preventive dental care is essential for good oral health, so one can find problems earlier when they are easier to treat and have better outcomes. Unfortunately, many don't get the care they need. More people are unable to afford dental care than other types of health care. Vulnerable populations, including children, low-income communities, minorities, and the elderly, are particularly susceptible to experiencing limited access to dental care, leading to poorer oral health outcomes. We must address the barriers to oral health care services by prioritizing early diagnosis, intervention, and preventative dental treatments. We can significantly improve the well-being of patients and alleviate strain on our healthcare system. I am proud the Energy and Commerce Health Subcommittee, as well as the full committee, has recognized the urgent need to address this pressing challenge for so many Americans. The Action for Dental Healthcare Act passed the Health Subcommittee and the full Energy and Commerce Committee with unanimous bipartisan support. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
I reserve. I have no further speakers. I reserve. I have no further speakers.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak now as a pediatrician. In addition to limiting children's consumption of sweet drinks and frequent snacking on carbohydrates, and in addition to providing fluoride for all of our patients, we absolutely need to expand the oral health care workforce to provide dental care for our patients. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3843, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, this is an important piece of legislation. I thank my friends for bringing this forward. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3843, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3843? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request that the yeas and nays be recorded.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3385 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 191, H.R. 3385, a bill to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to submit to Congress a report containing an assessment of the value, cost, and feasibility of developing a transatlantic submarine fiber optic cable connecting the contiguous United States, the United States Virgin Islands, Ghana, and Nigeria, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3385. This bill would direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to assess the value, cost, and feasibility of developing a transatlantic submarine fiber optic cable connecting the United States, the Virgin Islands, and Ghana and Nigeria. A transatlantic submarine fiber optic cable could provide national security benefits to the United States, making this an important issue to study. I want to thank the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands and the gentleman from Idaho's 1st District for leading on this important legislation. I also want to thank the ranking member of the full committee, the gentleman from New Jersey, for his willingness to work with Republicans on this legislation in a bipartisan way through regular order in the committee process. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3385, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3385, a bill requiring the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, the NTIA, to assess the value, cost, and feasibility of a transatlantic submarine fiber optic cable connecting the United States, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Ghana, and Nigeria, and to submit a report to Congress with its findings. The bill also directs the NTIA to report to Congress on the current state of telecommunications connecting the U.S. Virgin Islands and the United States, including an assessment of the lifespan and security of the telecommunications infrastructure linking the two. This assessment and report will provide the Energy and Commerce Committee with vital information on the strength and resiliency of communications infrastructure in the U.S. Virgin Islands. It'll help us determine whether the American interests can be served by connecting the United States and the African continent with undersea cable infrastructure by way of the U.S. Virgin Islands. H.R. 3385 is a critical step to enhance American communications security and competitiveness around the world. In recent years, the United States and many allies have recognized the threat posed by untrusted Chinese telecommunications equipment to our own national security. Thanks to the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee and our colleagues, we've taken steps to remove suspect equipment from the American communications networks to protect against attacks or sabotage by our adversaries. But this work is not finished, because network security does not end at the water's edge. For decades, China and other adversaries have spent considerable time and money to deploy suspect telecommunications equipment and infrastructure across the African continent. The assessment required in this bill is an important step to understanding the cost of securing the connection between the United States and our African allies and how best to ensure a critical global communications channel is protected from the prying eyes of our adversaries. I thank Representative Plaskett from the U.S. Virgin Islands for her leadership of this bill, and Representative Fulcher for his partnership in this effort. This legislation is critical to enhancing our nation's national security and the security of communications between the United States and our African partners. I look forward to reviewing the results of NTIA's assessment when it becomes available. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
I yield to Representative Plaskett from the U.S. Virgin Islands to give us a thorough overview, and I want to thank her for her leadership.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter, and I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for really digging into this information and recognizing the potential national security interests that are outlined, as you heard outlined by them both. There are hundreds of undersea fiber optic telecommunications cables linking North America with Europe, South America, and a myriad of locations in Asia, but not a single undersea fiber optic telecommunications cable connects North America with the entire African continent. The Diaspora Link Act represents an opportunity to establish a high-speed, secure telecommunications data connection from Africa and from American soil, facilitating deepened economic connections and aiding American regional security assistance. This link will allow America to establish a direct digital presence on the continent to capitalize on emerging economic opportunities, as well as to protect our nation against cyber and military threats that may come from the African continent. The landing points of Lagos, Nigeria, and Accra, Ghana, have been selected as part of the study on the continent as landing points for the cables. These coastal cities are hubs for several undersea cables that connect West African nations to Europe and South America. Additionally, the strategically located embassies, American embassies at these landing points provide additional security for us. There are two other nations which have been proliferating throughout the African continent at this time. Both of those are our adversary, and it's incredibly important that we establish our own telecommunications, internet, undersea cable to the continent. The first one, which is China, has a proliferation of Chinese telecommunications and military investments, which is profound and growing. The Chinese multinational Huawei has constructed roughly 70% of Africa's information technology infrastructure. China continues to make similar investments in the Caribbean through its Belt and Road Initiative. No less than 10 nations have signed agreements of various kinds to open their nations up to Chinese influence. Russia, as well, has developed a multipolar world order. Its deployment of disinformation and its use of mercenaries have undermined democratic stability and driven conflict on the continent of Africa. Moscow's increasing ambitions to position itself as an ally to African countries and stoke anti-Western sentiment has assisted to turn the continent into a flashpoint in the global strategic competition between Russia and the West. Russia's support of authoritarian governments, including its backing of a string of coups in recent years, is undermining the continent's democratic aspirations. Meanwhile, the involvement of Russia's Wagner Group is driving conflict, worsening human rights abuses, and spurring growing militarization in governance. Nigeria in 2023, Mali in 2022, the Sudan in 2021, Guinea in 2023, Burkina Faso in 2024, all coups in the last few years with tremendous influence by Russia and China in that. The undersea cable linking the American East Coast and Africa via the United States Virgin Islands would serve as both a national security instrument and a digital commerce expressway to boost America's global political, economic, and political advantage. Such undersea cable development would facilitate similar links that could be developed in the U.S. Virgin Islands, which already has links between the Virgin Islands, South America, and the United States. the mainland United States. We also need to be clear about the minerals that are in Africa that are being extracted continually by both Russia and China, whether it's uranium in Niger. The Ministry of Mines say that Mali has one of the largest deposits of gold, lithium as well, cobalt in the Dominican Republic of Congo, Sudan, which also has tremendous minerals, Burkina Faso with bauxite and phosphate. These are things that are being exploited by our adversaries, which we must have our own dedicated interest in on the continent. The Diaspora Link Act is an opportunity to assure that the United States can continue its work countering the proliferation of Chinese influence in the global telecommunications space. The use of the U.S. Virgin Islands, which not only has those cables, but also has a National Guard installation on the island of St. Croix with nearby military support airport, could expand and support that interest as well. I thank the Energy and Commerce Committee for reviewing this at the subcommittee level, having it go through the committee process, the regular order process that this House so desperately wants, and after working together, it unanimously coming out of committee here to the floor. I urge all of my colleagues to support this measure for the interests not only of our country, but for the democracy in the African continent as well. I yield back.
I want to thank Representative Plaskett. I have no further speakers, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers, and we're prepared to close if the gentlelady is.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just want to emphasize that H.R. 3385 is a matter of national security. I want to thank Representative Plaskett for painting such a clear picture of that risk. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington yields, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, to highlight H.R. 3385, as stated in the bill, the report shall include an assessment of the digital security, the national security, and the economic opportunities associated with the transatlantic submarine fiber optic cable. And this is, again, essential for our security. I'd urge passage of H.R. 33, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3385 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say nay. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3277.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 331, H.R. 3277. A bill to amend the Department of Energy Organization Act with respect to functions assigned to assistant secretaries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Shriver, will control 20 minutes each. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials into the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3277, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act. Sponsored by Representatives Walberg and Blunt Rochester, H.R. 3277 has a strong bipartisan support, passing out of Energy and Commerce Committee 48-0 last May. The bill is necessary to strengthen the Department of Energy's important energy emergency mission. It does so by requiring that the well-established energy emergency and cybersecurity functions at the DOE are organized under the leadership of an assistant secretary confirmed by the Senate. This bill amends the Department of Energy Organization Act to establish in law this Assistant Secretary level of leadership at the Department of Energy's emergency response and cybersecurity functions. This bill will ensure that the department has focused and accountable leadership to protect the public more fully from fuel and electricity supply disruptions against natural or man-made hazards, including emerging threats from our foreign adversaries to the nation's electric grid. Under this legislation, the DOE will carry out its responsibilities in coordination across the department, better interagency collaborations, and greater accountability to the United States Congress. Establishing accountable leadership of this DOE mission is an important step in the face of increased threats, vulnerabilities, and interdependencies of energy infrastructure and in-use systems. Protecting energy security requires defense in depth. This means a strong energy sector, strong state capabilities, and ensuring sector agencies like the Department of Energy have the tools that they need to respond to energy emergencies. So a vote on H.R. 3277 is a vote for ensuring accountable DOE leadership over energy emergencies for the benefit of public safety and welfare, and for stronger cybersecurity protections within the energy systems. So I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3277, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act. This is a bipartisan bill that passed the House in the 117th Congress and is necessary to protect our energy grid from cyber attacks. Our energy infrastructure and grid have seen a number of attacks over the past few years from state actors and other malicious actors. We must defend our grid from cyber attacks. H.R. 3277 establishes a new Assistant Secretary position at the Department of Energy, responsible for cybersecurity and emergency response issues. H.R. 3277 would give the new Assistant Secretary jurisdiction over all energy emergency and security functions related to energy supply, infrastructure, and cybersecurity. This includes responsibilities related to coordination, response, and restoration. Given today's national security concerns, it is crucial that all of these responsibilities rest with an assistant secretary at the Department of Energy, the agency with sector expertise. The bill would also vest the assistant secretary with the authority to provide DOE technical assistance and support to state, local, or tribal governments upon request. And it would require the Assistant Secretary and DOE to coordinate with other relevant federal agencies in carrying out the bill's provisions. DOE already does great work to protect our energy infrastructure. The Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response has been at the forefront of protecting our grid and coordinating responses to attacks. By codifying an Assistant Secretary for Cybersecurity and Emergency Response issues, this legislation would go a long way in helping to protect the nation's electric infrastructure from hackers and other bad actors that attempt to disrupt our energy grid and harm our economy, our daily lives, and our overall national security. I commend Representatives Blunt Rochester and Walberg for their bipartisan efforts to protect our energy infrastructure. I hope we can continue to work together on cybersecurity matters moving forward to defend our country from the ongoing threat of cyber attacks. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the author of the bill, one of the co-authors, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend from South Carolina. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 3277, Energy Emergency Leadership Act. Working with my good friend, Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester, this bipartisan legislation was introduced to help address an ever-growing need. We live in a world where energy infrastructure is constantly facing threats. As we become more reliant on technology in all aspects of our grid, it's importance to understand the magnitude of the risks associated with this dependence. We face the persistent threat of cyber attacks like the Colonial Pipeline, which paralyzed multiple regions of our country for an entire week in 2021. Our energy infrastructure is the most targeted critical infrastructure sector, facing 39% of cyber incidents. The sophistication and sheer numbers of cyber attacks are growing by the year. But these aren't the only threats. In addition, our energy systems become increasingly more complex. They have also become more vulnerable to all manner of hazards, including natural disasters, physical attacks, and global shortages. According to the Wall Street Journal, physical attacks on energy infrastructure catapulted by 71% from 2021 to 2022. We need to make sure the Department of Energy is properly equipped to combat these threats and respond in case of an emergency. The FAST Act provided the DOE with several new energy security authorities to respond to physical and cyber attacks to our critical energy infrastructure. The Trump administration built on this authority by creating the Office of Cybersecurity and Energy Security Emergency Response, or CESAR. This legislation would amend the Department of Energy Organization Act to require the Secretary of Energy to assign energy emergency and energy security functions to an Assistant Secretary of CESAR, including responsibilities concerning infrastructure and cybersecurity. Strengthening our cyber defense and emergency response capabilities in the energy sector has never been more important. We must do everything we can to protect energy reliability, and this bipartisan legislation is a simple yet effective step that needs to be taken. For too long, the Department of Energy's emergency functions have long been oriented around oil supply shocks. But defense in response to physical and cyber attacks have not been defined as a clear function. This can lead to downstream effects causing confusion and complications to the department seeking to address the threats. This legislation would help elevate energy, emergency, and cybersecurity responsibilities as a core function for the department and better protect our grid and critical. Thank you.
Gentleman yields.
And better protect our grid and critical energy infrastructure. It will strengthen coordination across the department, ensure more effective interagency communication, and increase accountability to Congress and the American people. We live in a modern world with modern threats requiring modern solutions. H.R. 3277 is a necessary response to these threats. Last Congress, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act passed the House with overwhelming support from members on both sides of the aisle. Since then, threats have only increased, the stakes have risen, and there is consensus to get this done. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman is reserved. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. And, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3277, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act, which is an important step in ensuring America's electrical grid is secure. The Energy Emergency Leadership Act requires the Department of Energy to establish a new Assistant Secretary position that has dedicated focus on preparing and responding to physical and cyber attacks on the grid. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Grid Innovation Caucus, I am encouraged that we have this opportunity to highlight the great bipartisan work emerging from the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Dedicated leadership and coordination are necessary for ensuring security. Our electrical grid is fundamental to our everyday lives, and protecting the grid from both cyber and physical attacks is a cause that deserves our full attention. It is too easy to take for granted the reliability of our power grid and the stability and safety it provides for us every single day. Without this infrastructure, we would not be able to stay connected with loved ones, heat and light our homes, or engage in everyday commerce that keeps our economy moving and workers employed. I thank the gentleman from Michigan and the gentlelady from Delaware for leading this legislation. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support the Energy Emergency Leadership Act to strengthen the resilience of our power grids, fortify the United States national security, and protect American families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Speaker, I am ready to close and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, energy security should be handled by the Department of Energy. This is important for our national security. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important times to address cybersecurity in this nation, and the energy infrastructure that we have is vulnerable. As the gentleman from Michigan mentioned, Colonial Pipeline incident, which affected my state of South Carolina. You know, Republicans generally aren't about growing government, creating new positions or whatever, but this is important to raise this to a level of Assistant Secretary to put the emphasis where the nation needs to at the Department of Energy. So I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan and the gentlelady from Delaware for authoring this bill. I want to thank the minority on the Energy and Commerce Committee as well as the majority members for supporting this through the full committee. And I would love for all my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend rules and pass Bill H.R. 3277? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair leaves before the House a message. To the Congress of the United States.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13692 of March 8, 2015, with respect to the situation in Venezuela, is to continue in effect beyond March 8, 2024. The situation in Venezuela continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. For this reason, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13692 with respect to the situation in Venezuela. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, March 5, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 276H, Clause 10 of Rule 1, and the order of the House on January 9, 2023, of the following members of the part of the House to the Mexico-United States Interparliamentary Group.
Mrs. Chavez DeRemer of Oregon, Mr. Mike Garcia of California, Mr. Vicente Gonzalez of Texas, Ms. Escobar of Texas, Mr. Carbajal of California.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures, H.R. 3391 and H.R. 3838. Agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal if needed. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted in 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business in the vote on the motion, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, to suspend the rules, pass H.R. 3391 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 131, H.R. 3391, a bill to extend the Gabriella Miller Kids First Pediatric Research Program at the National Institutes of Health and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. How many are recorded present? On this vote, the yeas are 384, the nays are 4. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion is reconsidered, as considered, is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business of the vote and the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3838 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 196, H.R. 3838. A bill to amend Title III of the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize federal support for states in their work to save and sustain the health of mothers during pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period, to eliminate disparities in maternal health outcomes for pregnancy-related and pregnancy-associated deaths, to identify solutions to improve health care quality and health outcomes for mothers, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 382, the nays are 12. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing with the Speaker's approval of the journal. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I sent to the desk a privileged concurrent resolution and asked for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 93.
The House will be in order. The clerk will report the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 93. Resolved that the two houses of Congress assembled in the hall of the House of Representatives on Thursday, March 7, 2024 at 9 p.m. for the purpose of receiving such communication as the President of the United States shall be pleased to make to them.
Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
A proud scion of the enslaved Africans whose lives were sacrificed to make America great. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that Representative Manning of North Carolina be removed as a co-sponsor of HRES 902.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
The Chair will now entertain a request for 1-minute speeches. Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 4506, a bill originally introduced by Mr. Johnson of Ohio for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection, so ordered. Purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would remind members, a little crowded in the back there, but we got a few more seats down front if y'all want to come down here. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the folks at Backyard Burgers, which recently closed its doors after 35 wonderful years. The managing partners, David and Natalie Broyles, are a dynamic duo. They are a wonderful couple, loving parents to their kids, Kelsey and John, and great business partners. When I was county mayor, I would host employees' appreciation lunches for my staff. We would always eat Backyard Burgers because they were delicious, and I knew it'd put a smile on my employees' faces. I also saw David and Natalie at my nephew Charlie's football games where their son played as well. We'd sit together in the stands and hurl insults at the referees when they made bad calls. David and Natalie used Backyard Burgers to serve the community in lots of different ways. They hosted the Backyard Burgers Bowl, which was a football game between Alcoa High School and the Christian Academy of Knoxville. They would donate $1,000 to each school for a scholarship for a graduating senior that year and also raise funds for the Knoxville Area Rescue Ministries. They also held a pillow fight event one year to collect pillows for the Knoxville Area Rescue Mission and collected over 600 pillows for them. The Knoxville community will miss Backyard Burgers. I wish David and Natalie the best in their retirement, as well as everyone else who is moving on to the next chapter in their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the great work of President Biden and the House Democrats. We are putting people over politics to grow the middle class. We have created better paying jobs and continue to make communities safer. We've capped the price of insulin at $35 per month for seniors, and we are working to make that price set for all diabetics. We continue to grow the middle class with investments in infrastructure and investments in technologies to prevent climate change. We are working to make corporations and the wealthiest 1% of Americans pay their fair share in taxes. We passed the first gun safety law in a generation, and we will keep fighting to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people. In addition, we want women to make their own reproductive health care choices, and we will continue to put people over politics in all our policy choices. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable career of Bob Houghton. Bob is a giant in Georgia broadcasting and has worked with over 500 Georgia television and radio stations during the span of his career. Bob is retiring as president of the Georgia Association of Broadcasters, a position he has held since 2012. Although born and raised in Chicago, Bob chose to make Georgia his home. Bob has been a live announcer for college football, baseball, and basketball in Georgia. He fondly refers to the University of Georgia as his adopted college and served for several years on the Grady College Board of Trust before being named a Grady Fellowship recipient in 2022. During his career, Bob has held management positions at WGST Radio, CBS, Georgia Public Broadcasting, and has advocated extensively for the continuation of AM radio. Bob has earned a tremendous amount of respect in his field, and I hope you join me in congratulating him on a well-earned retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of a man with a big heart, Daniel Hampman. Dan was a lawyer, leader, and tireless civic volunteer, earning him the title of Mr. Riverside. I was one of many people who knew Dan, who knew that friendly smile and deep, unshakable desire to make his community a better place. He embodied that commitment of tikkun olam, meaning repairing the world. He volunteered his time in so many ways, from serving on civic boards at the Chamber of Commerce to picking up a litter in a big sombrero. He made our little corner of the world a better place, and for that, I'm one of many in Riverside who will miss him deeply. My thoughts are with his family, friends, and our community. May his memory be a blessing. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Dr. Fox, seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Biden administration is desperate to shore up support before the November election. It's so desperate, in fact, it has announced its intent to co-opt the Federal Work Study Program and begin paying college students to register voters and to work at the polls. That's right, the federal government will be handing out cold, hard cash for students to scoop up votes. Vice President Harris, in recent remarks, billed this scheme as, quote, nonpartisan, end quote, and one that will, quote, promote voter participation for students, end quote. Nobody is buying that pitch, Madam Speaker. Here's the truth. The Biden administration is turning the Federal Work Study Program into a vote-buying sweepstakes. Enough with the smoke and mirrors already. The American people are not fooled. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. St. Louis and I rise today in honor of the life and legacy of Bridgeton, Missouri Mayor Terry Briggs. Mayor Briggs was a loving husband, father, and dedicated public servant. As the three-term mayor of Bridgeton in St. Louis County, he cared deeply about his community and those in it. One issue we worked together on was the cleanup of Manhattan Project waste dumped in Westlake Landfill and surrounding areas. Together, we fought not only for the cleanup of this waste, but also for compensation for those impacted. Mayor Briggs was also a champion for the rights of those living with disabilities. He worked to ensure that everyone was treated with dignity and given the resources to thrive through his service on the Productive Living Board, Special Olympics Board, Special School District Board of Education, and the Municipal League of Metro St. Louis. Mayor Briggs was deeply loved, and his legacy will live on through the lives he has touched. My heart goes out to Mayor Briggs' family and his friends, and to all of Bridgeton. May he rest in peace.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During the State of the Union speech on Thursday, Biden will falsely claim that his policies are working, but in reality, Bidenomics is a failure. When Biden took office, inflation was 1.4%. Since then, inflation has risen by nearly 18%. Inflation is a tax on all families, paying more for goods and services since Biden took office, including electricity, up 29%, food up 21%, auto insurance up 21%, just to name a few basic examples. Americans for Prosperity reveals the truth at Bidenomics.com. House Republicans led by Speaker Mike Johnson will continue fighting to reduce inflation and create jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to advise on its status.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as students sat crisscross applesauce, intently listening, I began reading The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle. The book was about a caterpillar that continued eating and eventually built a cocoon. He pushed his way out as a beautiful butterfly. Read Across America encourages educators and parents to highlight the significance and fun of reading. March is National Reading Month. Madam Speaker, Ms. Sarah Joyner, a former student of mine, is the teacher of this fantastic class. Ms. Sarah, your class is as beautiful as a butterfly. I'm so proud of you for devoting yourself to your students and transforming their lives for over 30 years. Congrats on a successful teaching career and your upcoming retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe soon we will actually get serious about enforcing our border and the immigration mess we have down there. We see what's happening with sanctuary cities, and certainly Mayor Adams from New York City is feeling the heat on that as well, and actually starting to talk the right language. But on top of that, we have San Francisco that is not only fully embracing illegal alien sanctuary, but starting this November, and get this, they will let illegal aliens vote in their local school board elections. Right. So how can we even think that that's constitutional? How is that going to make San Francisco elections and the legislators they would send to Washington, D.C. or Sacramento in the eyes of the voters of the rest of the country? How do they have confidence in that? So Texas can't enforce their laws on illegal immigration invasions into their state, but San Francisco can ignore federal law and allow illegal aliens to vote in their local elections and set up, ultimately, to legitimize them in their eyes to vote in federal elections. That will lead to this body having to invalidate their elections for Congress and Senate and for the White House. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to raise awareness of the desperate humanitarian situation in Gaza, but also the fact that Israeli hostages that probably number over 100 have not been freed by Hamas. Every means at our disposal, including U.S. sea and airdrops, should be airlifted to get all necessary aid to civilian populations trapped and in dire need of supplies. I applaud the Biden administration's new mission to airdrop food and other aid directly into Gaza in collaboration with our Jordanian allies and in cooperation with Israeli forces. If our nation could lead the Berlin airlift following World War II, surely we can ease the suffering as we urge a truce and work with our allies toward a two-state solution. I wish to submit for the record a proposal for a negotiated truce and a two-state solution that will allow for rebuilding. I'll submit this for the record. The U.S. is prepared to carry continued airdrops if we can work with our allies to achieve it by sea or air. The world community can help. We have a moral obligation to achieve and to assure the release of hostages and sustainment of life for those who are innocent on the ground. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as a father of two intelligent, independent, compassionate daughters, it is with great respect that I rise today to celebrate Women's History Month and its 2024 theme, Women Who Advocate for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. This year, I would like to honor a true leader of Northwest Indiana, Dr. Vanessa Allen McLeod, who has served as president and CEO of the Urban League of Northwest Indiana for more than a decade. In this role, Dr. Allen McLeod works to promote services to improve social, educational, and economic opportunities for African Americans and other minority groups throughout Northwest Indiana. Under her leadership, the Urban League continues to grow and succeed and has become an outstanding source of support for many individuals and organizations. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Women's History Month, please join me in recognizing the dedication and contributions of Dr. Vanessa Allen McLeod and all of the extraordinary women who continue to make our communities more equal, diverse, and inclusive. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is time that we have a real solution for having high-skilled immigrants help with our national security. That is why I, as a co-sponsor of the EAGLE Act, am going to introduce it and attach it to the National Defense Authorization. The reality is we need immigrants to help build some of the critical technology that is going to keep us ahead of China and keep our military strong and our industrial base strong. The EAGLE Act benefits all American workers by lifting the arbitrary per-country green card cap to bring down the decades-long backlog. It also will help end H-1B abuse by foreign outsourcing corporations as these visas undercut wages. It is time to pass the EAGLE Act and attach it to national defense and make it a national security issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to actually try three things tonight. And I apologize to anyone that doesn't like math or complexity. Originally, I had promised I was going to do something more simple tonight. And let's just say it didn't work out. So the three things we're going to try doing this evening. One, I want to spend a few minutes talking about folklore. The things we get as members of Congress, and this is both for the folks on the left and the right, you know, the comments we get. things people believe, and I want to walk through a little bit of that. I want to do sort of an update status on what's happening financially. And then I'm going to broach a subject that's really uncomfortable, and that's going to be talking about sort of the future. I'm going to talk about sort of fertility rates and what that means to being able to finance Social Security and other things. And for anyone that does not like math, please just go watch something on Netflix right now. A couple weeks ago, I did a whole presentation on the work we've done on what it takes financially to save Social Security. And one of the things I'm genuinely angry about, and I've been angry about for years, is the left uses Social Security as a weapon, and our folks are terrified to talk about it because every time we talk about trying to save it, we get attacked. And then my brothers and sisters on the left will say, well, just raise the cap. And we showed the math. We had 2 PhD economists spend months working out the math, and raising the caps doesn't get you anywhere close to stabilizing it. And the immorality of this place being willing to double senior poverty in 9 years. You do understand, even if you raise the caps, I showed math that you were still having about a $400 billion shortfall in the first year. And if you did all the taxes, you might got that down to $250, $300 billion shortfall. Today's math says the average couple in 2034 will take a $17,400 cut. We will double senior poverty. Is that a Republican or Democrat perversity? I'll just argue it's a moral one. Why can't we actually work on the math? Yet, when I chaired the Social Security subcommittee, every time I tried to do a room full of actuaries and those things, my brothers and sisters on the left found more joy in the politics because it's a powerful issue. And absolutely immoral what we're doing. There's this concept of a black swan. That's something that sneaks up on you and blows you up. There's this concept of a white swan. You see it coming, and you don't do anything. We have the actuary reports in front of us. I know this is a math-free zone, so one of the first things I want to walk through is a concept of, when I did the speech a couple weeks ago, it's had a couple 100,000 views on YouTube. God bless, yay. And then you read through the comments, and those of us in Congress know about half of our comments are bots. A lot of them are Russian bots, which is hysterical. But you read through some of them, they stole my Social Security money. Okay, let's do a math and sort of walk through, because this is really important to understand. The Social Security Trust Fund built up, particularly when the baby boomers, because there was a population bubble that actually built up those tax receipts, had $3-4 trillion in it. Now that's rolled over. No one stole the money. What happened was, you're not going to just let the cash sit there. So the cash was actually loaned to the Treasury, and the Treasury gives a T-bill, a type of Treasury bond. Just like if you walked into your bank and said, I want a U.S. T-bill. Same thing. And twice a year, the Treasury pays interest. The problem right now, when you hear many of us get behind these microphones and talk about the Social Security Trust Fund getting emptied, is the amount of tax receipts that come in your FICA tax every month don't cover all the checks that are going out. So every month they have to take a little bit of one of their T-bills, their Treasury bills, and hand it to the Treasury and say, we need some cash. We need some cash. Give us some cash so we can make this month's Social Security payments. But every time they do that, they use up a little bit of that savings account. And that's that savings account, the trust fund, that is emptied in 2033 or 2034. The Social Security Trust Fund, just like the Transportation Trust Fund, just like the Airline Trust Fund, all the trust funds that are borrowed from, they're paid interest. I'm going to get this wrong, but I think actually last month, because Treasury pays interest twice a year to the Social Security Trust Fund. I think last month may have been 30 billion, 40 billion. The mean interest rate is right. It's right about market. So for everyone, if you say, they stole my money, it's there. The average couple, the average will get about a $70,000, $72,000 spiff. So the money they pay into Social Security over their lifetime, the average will get about $70,000, $72,000. Now understand, that's a crap rate of return. If you had been able, 20 years ago when it was being discussed, been able to take a little sliver of that money and put it in the market, you would have had a ginormous, I love that word, larger rate of return. Politics of that became toxic. There were lots of campaigns saying, you're trying to privatize. Okay, that world is gone. It's Medicare that actually has the huge problem of, for every dollar you put in, you get almost $5 back. Social Security, you get pretty much the money you put in, crappy rate of return, but you get that back. That's the first folklore I wanted to go over. Number two, you saw in the comments, why aren't there people there? If this room was full as I'm giving this presentation, we got a problem. Because when you're sitting in this room, this is for voting. This is for debating. This is not necessarily where you do your work. You do your work in your meetings and your subcommittees and your primary committees. So when you see the room empty, this is how it's supposed to be. Now, when you have someone behind them, idiot like me behind one of these mics, you're probably on 1,000 televisions. So a lot of these presentations I do, I'm as much here to talk to staff and try to educate them on what's going on in the math. So that's actually one of the things you look for. Another one, I want to say, I have this neighbor, wonderful guy, loves screwing with me. About every 6 weeks, he sends me this text message with this article that's completely fake. David, why do you get 100% of your pension? You got it on the first day. Why do you run again? None of that's true. That's all made up. And you're functionally, for, I think, 25, 30 years, the pension system we have is pretty much identical to the forest ranger. The only reason I say those things is I believe when you see those sorts of comments in posts and other things, it's an attempt to distract. It's an attempt to avoid dealing with what's really going on around us. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, House is not in order.
Can the House be in order? Will members please take their conversations outside?
And sorry, as you know, this room has a really weird echo effect. And actually, the echo sort of goes away when there's lots of bodies in here. Where there's not, the sound bounces all over. So one of the points I wanted to go to tonight is what's happening. The economy is actually fairly decent right now. GDP growth is fairly decent. Yet I want to make a point because we did the math just before coming to the floor. So we're functioning, 5 months into the fiscal year? We have added $1,443 billion, $1,243 billion in that 5 months. My current math is right now about every 123, 25 days at the current borrowing per day, we're adding another $1 trillion. This is in a time where the economy is pretty good. That means if my average since functionally October 1st is right now we're borrowing about $7.9 billion every day. Got to understand what that ultimately means to us because it's actually been accelerating. I think on Friday we set our all-time record. I think we were up to borrowing like $95,000 a second. Almost 100% of that growth is interest, and you're going to see this over and over in the charts, interest and healthcare costs. It's Medicare. It's things that we're not allowed to talk about. They're on autopilot. And if it continues, look, my math says we're heading towards about a $2.6, $2.7 trillion borrow this year in a year where the economy is doing fairly well. But if the current math is today's math held up, you do realize you're broaching $3 trillion. Now, I'm hoping we're going to have a really good April tax receipts. But that means right now, if you take where we're at and average it from the first day of this fiscal year for the 5 months, we're right now, our math is $2.9 trillion for this year. Borrow. That is substantially higher than CBO predicted 6 weeks ago. And that's right off the Treasury's website. So let's actually walk through reality and try to understand. My personal theory is we do lots of crazy conversations around here because we're desperate to avoid telling the public or even ourselves the truth. Every single dollar you and I, as members of Congress, vote on is borrowed. Every single dollar we vote on is borrowed. And the way we're going this year, every single dollar we vote on is borrowed, plus 8, 9, maybe $1 trillion of Medicare will be borrowed. And we don't get to vote on that. That's on autopilot. So my point is trying to understand how much. Now, this number is no longer about 73%. We think it's actually approaching 75% will be on mandatory because of the growth of interest. Let me hand that to you. So we made this board a couple days ago, and then it popped. So it wasn't $93,000, it was almost $95,000 a second. But I didn't want to waste the ink and print a new one. Why do the second? Because it's understandable. I mean, let's be brutally honest. How many of us can see 12 zeros in our head? And my fear is that is one of my great sins in trying to communicate my stress about this, is I'm here saying, it's $1 trillion. No one knows what the hell $1 trillion is. It's 12 zeros. But when every second we borrow more, substantially more than the average wage of Americans, maybe that hits home. So let's actually sort of walk through what's going on, and then my sarcasm here is going to be my anger at myself, my brothers and sisters here, particularly on the left, but also on the right. We've been debating and fighting over things that don't even qualify as a day's borrowing. We bring this place to its knees. We remove a speaker. We do this and that. And then you realize the amount of dollars being fought over only equal a couple days worth of borrowing. But darn it, it got us on television. I got to raise some money on the internet. And it's that type of false profit that I will argue is our demise, because if I can get you to fixate on the shiny objects, you're never going to be willing to absorb the truth on how ugly these numbers are. So this is where we're heading towards right now for 2024. Social Security will be our #1 spend. Looks like it's baseline, though it looks like it's ticking up. We're actually seeing something interesting where a number of retirees asking for benefits is actually ticking a little faster than we expected. But $1,450 billion. So $1,450 billion, #1 spend, Social Security. Interest, both gross and potentially net, but gross interest now is our second biggest spend. And I just had to redo the math because our math right now looks like for 2024, we're going to cross $1.1 trillion of just interest. Just interest this year. And I know for many people who are forced, because you're employed to sit here and listen to an idiot like me talk, you've heard this before, but it doesn't seem to sink in. Is paying $1.1 trillion, is that a Republican or Democrat? It's math. Yet we're not allowed to actually talk about it. Because the hallways in this place are full of people coming to our doors wanting more spending, and you point this out to them and they'll often say, well, take it from someone else. I want my money. It's not your money, it's the taxpayers' money. Medicare, And Medicare is rising rapidly, healthcare costs. And then defense. For all of my brothers and sisters on the left who always say, cut defense, okay. Yeah, it's sort of stupid, but it's the number 4 expense. It's not number 1. How often would you and I go home to our constituents and say, what's the biggest spend in government? Oh, it's defense. No, defense is now number 4. And at the trend line, in the next few years, healthcare will actually be number 1, and interest will be number 2. And Social Security, believe it or not, will be number 3. Are right tied to it. It's a very tight number there. All right, so let's actually walk through the 24 spend because I want to be able to get our heads around this. Social Security, and this was a fascinating number, and we've been trying to also average in what the new appropriations bills, remember, we're just now finishing up our 2024, so we're only 5 months late, is the net interest. Because the United States does something no other industrialized country does. We play a game with how we describe our borrowing. Oh, that's borrowing from the public. This is borrowing from the trust funds. So if anyone's listening right now and you question this, go on, the OECD. Go in and Google right now, or your favorite search engine, what is the debt to GDP of the United States according to OECD? And you're going to get a number, it's like 144%, because they don't let the scam artists say, well, you borrowed it from yourself, but you still have to pay it back, and you're going to have to actually borrow money to pay it back while you're paying interest for it. It's a con. We should never allow discussions in this place and not use the terms gross borrowing, because what? Is it magic money? We don't have to pay it back? It's just money we didn't have to go float publicly traded bonds, but we still have to pay it back. And the reason I built this chart is I wanted you to see a line right here. Even the net interest, so the publicly borrowed money, the interest we're going to pay on that, is still the second biggest spend in this government. And I'll say it, and it'll probably just land on deaf ears. So, let's actually walk through something that's really uncomfortable, and it's going to tie in. So one of my fixations is, how do you stabilize borrowing so that borrowing equals what our economic growth is? I'm going to show you some charts here later, and this is for the people that actually care about economics. Here's the growth of the country, and here's the debt of the country. If you could ever bring the GDP growth and the debt in line, you've created stability. But we have some crazy headwinds. There's also some crazy opportunities happening on us. There are good things happening out there. Will Congress be the barrier or the adoption of them? Because right now we are the problem. Because we're scared of our own shadows. So if I came to you right now and said, let's come up with a way to stabilize Social Security. Let's stabilize Medicare. It's moral. It's our moral obligation. We made a social contract in this society. Okay? We got a problem. And it's all something almost no one here ever talks about. We're not having children. United States fertility rates have collapsed. This number's wrong. It's our latest number for last year is not 1.64, it's 1.63. France has a higher fertility rate than the United States. Even when you adjust for their immigration population, they still have a dramatically higher fertility. Most of Western Europe looks like us, and we're worse than a whole bunch of the world. How do you and I set public policy so 25 years from now, remember, Social Security is substantially a pay-as-you-go system. Today's workers are functionally paying for today's retirees. The trust fund was the shock absorber. Trust fund is disappearing. But my future generation of workers is going to be smaller. And you're already seeing this in school districts all over America, where the number of students they have are shrinking. Are we willing to have the really interesting discussion of, okay, are there things we could do economically to make it so family formation, so there's more children? There's things we could do to help, but almost every country it's tried has not been able to change fertility rates. I think in Hungary, I think I saw something that, you know, third child, they buy you a house, fourth child, you get some sort of like prize, and it's barely ticked up their fertility rates. It's a really difficult question, happening all over the industrialized world. So if you can't really change it, do you actually build public policy to deal with it? Do you accept the fact that we're going to have a lot more automation? It means capital investment. Are we going to have to find ways to safely adopt artificial intelligence into society so the labor force is maximized in its value and what they earn and productivity? Those are policies we need to work on. You've seen the intellectual capital of the conversations we have on the floor here. How many of them are ready to actually have the reality of, hey, we need to set policy? Is this Republican or Democrat? It's demographics. It's life. And I'm going to bounce through the next two boards because there's a punchline here we need to absorb. This is a little uncomfortable, but this was deaths that are projected to exceed births. And the new math in 15 years, you got to understand what a big deal this is. I came behind this microphone a couple years ago, and I got some real crap that was sent to my office. And I think at that time I was saying, hey, in 21, 22 years, we're going to have more deaths than births in this country. And then it became 18 years. And then it became 17 years. The new math now is 15 years. In 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. The blip you see here is the pandemic. But if you actually look at the line, you can sort of understand, and here's our crossing. Somewhere before, a little before 2040, which is 15 years, we have more deaths than births. Now try to stabilize long-term benefits. There's ways to do it. This Congress right now is mathematically incapable of owning a calculator. But there's ways to do it. Well, we can't even put together a debt and deficit commission to have an honest conversation of what's happening in our society demographically, borrowing-wise, interest rate-wise, because maybe it'll affect the next election. Does anyone actually care about their own pensions, let alone their kids and their grandkids? Because we lie. There's not magic money out there. If this inflation cycle didn't prove, those that believed in modern monetary policy, ta-da, you got 30 months, 36 months of high inflation. If that isn't the ultimate proof that the magic money theory didn't work. And here's the punchline. Social Security actuaries is the green line. They actually had fertility rates going up. These were our baselines. The baselines are also already have continued to show that they're wrong. Be prepared over the next year to see dramatically different numbers coming at us on what our future looks like when financing this society, because our next generation is going to be smaller. It's math. There's ways to make it work. There's ways to make this a society of prosperity. It just requires intellectual capital, something I'm not sure we're ready to do. So let's do a quick run through. This was just the first 3 months, and I brought these boards back because I saw some things over the weekend where people were just making numbers up. It's not that hard. You can go right to the Treasury's website. You have to own a calculator, spend an hour laying it out, put it in. You know how to work Excel. First 3 months, national debt increased in the first 3 months, and this was important. This is the 2024 number, $834 billion. Okay, if this is the first 3 months, and it's 834, now I can hope maybe there'll be magic tax receipts. But multiply that times 4, and you will see what we're projecting. And the part of the punchline is interest continues to grow, and I'm going to show you why some of this is. But in those first 3 months, we spent $288 billion in interest, and that number is going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger because this year, it's right around, and there's a debate on how much, because the Treasury announced that they're going to be financing, rolling some of the debt shorter on the curve. So let's say we had a year where we were going to borrow let's use a simple number, 2.8 trillion new issuances. But you still have about 7.9 trillion that comes due. It's bonds that have been sold in the past. When they come due, particularly if they were bonds sold 3, 4, 5 years ago with very low interest rates, what happens? They're now sold at the newer, higher interest rates. And that's the modeling problem right now. Do you remember one of the first boards I showed you that we expect interest this year to be 1.1 trillion? A lot of that's because the amount of debt, it's coming due. It's coming due. And we stayed very short on the curve instead of what I begged for a few years ago, saying, please, go long in the curve. Go long, because that way at least you locked it in. And if we have what's happening right now, because understand, because Congress doesn't want to be in charge, because you have a White House here that makes crap up, and I can prove that on a bunch of the numbers that they published last year, the bond market now runs this country. Hear my words. First time the bond market gets cranky, first time we have an undersubscribed auction, you watch how fast this place comes in and we capitulate. Doesn't have to happen. But because we've abdicated our jobs, we basically have made a decision. And this happened actually not that long ago. Go ask some people who were involved in the Clinton administration. Go ask Newt Gingrich. Some of the people were around when the bond market hiccuped and the debt situation then was dramatically better than today. This Congress stood attention and did what they needed to do to make the bond market happy. Because if you have a failed bond auction, you want to see society have a really bad day. So let's walk a little more through some of these. Okay. Total interest costs continue to rise very quickly. And look, I'm just trying to make a point here. First 4 months. If this was 2021, we spent $159 billion in interest. This year, our first 4 months, $357. Remember my point I was trying to make? Interest and healthcare costs. So we're going to knife each other here over discretionary. And understand, I have some things I would do in discretionary, and I'm going to talk about it, and I promise you it will be a television ad attacking me, but it's honest. But we don't control this. The thing we can do is if we convince the bond markets we're taking the debt seriously, maybe the interest rates to buy our debt get more efficient, get lower. But the only way the bond market gives us that spiff is because we do our work. And we've proven over and over we're incapable of doing our work. So, this was my calculation as of a week and a half ago, and now it's gone up again. But we were basically trying to say, my frustration was last September, we were projecting, hey, interest is only going to be $709 billion. And then when we got a little beyond that from October to January, we borrowed $357, and then you start to annualize that, and that's how you're getting closer. Now that's actually going up from that. I'm just trying to make a point. CBO, OMB, a lot of the people around us, they're good people, they're projections. Something's gone horribly wrong in our math and our modeling. We keep being really off the mark. These are dangerous. You know, if you're on the left and you care about social welfare policy and the ability to afford that, if you're on the left or right and your fixation is economic prosperity and opportunity, We're going to crush both sides. And it's right in front of us. And we do almost nothing to tell the truth about it. I brought some boards about interest rates. I don't know if anyone really cares, but when you start to understand that the differences out there, marketable, unmarketable is payments to trust funds and other things. Marketable is you have a bond, you could sell it tomorrow. You have those. Interest rates on outstanding debt, and remember, much of this debt had been sold down here in the trough around 1.5 or so was the mean yields. Now it's coming in at well over 3. Okay, you go, huh? Just understand that difference is you just doubled your interest costs. All right, let's go into something that's uncomfortable. One of the first boards I showed that every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. Okay? So, and I haven't vetted this. It was actually, I think, in a New York Times article, so God knows if that's accurate, that the budget bills that will be coming to us in the next couple of weeks will have around 7,000 plus earmarks in them. Now, the earmarks are only a tiny, tiny fraction of the spending. Okay? Accept what it is. A really uncomfortable question. Is it actually moral? Is it good economics to borrow money, because that's what we do. Everything we're going to vote on here is we're borrowing. To borrow money, and many of these are things I like. But is it appropriate to borrow money here and send it to entities that actually have their own taxing authority? Gets better. Turns out we spent a little time looking at municipal bond debt earlier today. Do you know cities, states, counties, particularly the highest rated ones, those with like AAAs, and you have to do the tax adjustment because muni bonds have certain tax benefits. Many of them actually have lower interest rates than the United States sovereign debt. So a well-run city with a really good credit rating actually gets float bonds at lower interest rates than we do. That should tell you something. Is it rational and moral that we borrow money and send it to entities that have both their own taxing and borrowing authority? And many of those entities actually can borrow money at equal to or better than what we're paying over here. Of non-defense discretionary, about 40% of the money in that non-defense discretionary is actually money we're sending to entities that have their own taxing and borrowing authority. Now, we would all probably get unelected the next day because people would lose their mind saying, we thought that was free money. It's free money except we're borrowing it and paying interest on it. Those are the types of things. Are we capable of having an honest discussion about it? Of course not. But we could try. Here, can I hand you that? All right. A couple more here, and then I'm going to go back to the office and have more coffee. There's often an argument, you can borrow money, but you need, in the long run, to keep it close to the growth of your economy. So how often do you hear people talk about the debt to GDP and the fact the United States now is functionally at 100% of public borrowed, and if you do total gross, you're well over 140% of debt to GDP. Okay, let's use that entity, and then we adjust for inflation. Because remember, $1 the day President Biden came into office and $1 today, that dollar today is worth 22, maybe 23% less. So you have to do all these inflation calculators. But this is actually that fancy, what's the fancy word? Ceteris paribus, held equal. Trying to point out the increase in national debt, but this is the increase in GDP over 2023. So if this growth here in this debt were right about this green line, you'd actually been stable. In a weird way, when you have a politician stand in front of you and say, we're going to pay it off. Really? Did I mention every dime we vote on is now borrowed, plus close to $1 trillion of things we don't even get to vote on, mandatory spending, things like Medicare, is borrowed? It would be nirvana if we could just work our heinies off and get stability. Bring down the growth of this debt so it would match our growth rates. And the benefit of that is for the left, if they want to spend more money, great. Grow the economy more, creates more capacity, more tax receipts, more borrowing capacity. For those of us who want to cut, we actually know the number we're working towards. That's how we would do it if we'd put on our economist hat. Same concept, just a little bit differently done. Increase in national debt outpaced growth in the economy by more than $1 trillion over the past year. And that's what that bond market's going to be looking at. It's that debt to GDP, and when does it hit stress? When does a spike in interest rates? When does a recession? When does a pandemic? When does a war make it so your likelihood to be paid back your interest and your principal? And understand, when the United States actually has, and dear God, please don't let it ever happen, that moment of stress, that failed auction, we put the entire world into a depression. The entire world, let alone your pension, let alone my kids' future, depends on us getting our act together here. So the last chart, and this one is a little difficult because there's some anomalies in the numbers, but we didn't have time to fix it. So on occasion, we'll go all the way back to 2000. Now remember, 2000 had an unusual tax collection year because the year or two before that, there were massive capital gains because of the dot-com bubble. So the number is always distorted. But at that year, we collected 20% of GDP in taxes. Okay, long-run average has been about 17.8. So let's actually go to 2023. That year, we collected 16.5% of GDP in taxes. We still had some of the legacy of COVID and some other things. But the other part of this chart, I'm trying to show you the hierarchy of spending. You know, Social Security, where Medicare, defense, others, and you start to see this spending up here. When you start seeing that green, well, the green is nothing but interest. And our problem is, even with the projections, which I hope are right, that long run over the next 8 years or so, we start getting up close to 18% of the economy in tax receipts. Okay, great. The gap continues to still widen. And most of that widening is our projection of the benefits we've promised our brothers and sisters who get older. Our, 67 million of us who are baby boomers. Our health care benefits, the interest we owe, and then back to the point earlier. What do these numbers look like in 2033, 2034 when the Social Security Trust Fund is empty? Will the policy be we're going to raise taxes? Okay, except I've already done the presentation multiple times on the floor where I brought in the economic data from both liberal groups and other groups that showed even tax maximization. This is the punchline, please understand. The tax maximization, when you do the economic effects, you get about 1.5 points of GDP. So you take people $400,000 and tax maximize everything for them. Tax maximize their income tax, their capital gains tax, their estate tax. You just do it all. You get about 1.5 points of GDP. Yay! And then over here, for those of us who want to cut things, you take everything that's been discussed in discretionary, the debate we've had in this place for the last several months, and it's a fraction of a percent. It's not even a rounding error. So you'd have to change programs, change spending, adopt technology, make people healthier. Understand, the single biggest thing you could do to bring down borrowing over the next decade, take on things like diabetes. 33% of all healthcare spending. And it would be moral, and is that Republican or Democrat? It's just the right thing to do. How many brilliant discussions have you seen behind these microphones of saying we're actually looking for real solutions? No, we're too busy knifing each other. So for those of us, I can find about 1.5 point of GDP to cut. Okay, so I got 1.5 over here. Let's say it's 1.5 over here and this end. This year so far, we're borrowing 9.6% of the entire economy. 9.6 of all GDP. And all the solutions are a fraction of that. Yet the left's going to come behind the microphone and say, we don't tax rich people enough. And the right's going to come in saying, it's foreign aid and spending. Well, foreign aid equals like 7, 8 days, maybe 9 days of borrowing. Every dime of it. Why can't we just tell the truth? Madam Speaker Pro Tem, every dime of borrowing from today through the next 30 years is demographics. And maybe telling the truth gets me unelected, but damn it, it's worth telling the truth. It's demographics. It's interest on what's been borrowed and what's to be borrowed. It's health care, particularly Medicare. And if 8, 9 years from now when the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied, and remember, the math is the very first year the shortfall is $616 billion. How do we backfill that? If you try to backfill through taxes, fine. You got to accept the economic effects of how much you just slowed down the economy and how you slowed down other tax receipts. Do you do it through borrowing? Well, then it explodes. And that's how you see some projections that 30 years from now, U.S. sovereign debt will be $130 trillion. And between now and then, how many people around the world, how many people in this country are going to be willing to buy our debt? Do our work, take it seriously, put together the Debt and Deficit Commission, demonstrate to the people who want to save and buy U.S. debt that we're paying them back seriously. Take it seriously that I have very young kids. They deserve a future, but also make it so that people who want to enjoy their retirement understand the stability, retirement security. We all say it, and almost none of us are willing to actually do the work for it. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, with that, I'm going to go have some more coffee and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I'll say 61 minutes. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous materials on the subject of the special order. It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor. Without objection. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour, along with my distinguished colleague, the Honorable Representative Sheila Scherflus McCormick. For the next 60 minutes, members of the Congressional Black Caucus have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people on women's history, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents that we represent, and all America. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Sheila Scherflus McCormick from the great. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congressman Gabe from the great state of Rhode Island. Gabe Amo.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Women's History Month. We cannot forget our history. Yet over time, the contributions of Black women have been consistently overlooked and forgotten. I want to do my part to correct that record. Specifically, I want to highlight 2 trailblazing Black women from Rhode Island. First, I want to honor Christiana Bannister, a successful businesswoman, abolitionist, and philanthropist. Born in North Kingstown in the early 1800s, Christiana was a successful hair salon owner. Christiana was a staunch abolitionist and used her wealth to support the 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, a unit of black soldiers during the Civil War. Dedicated to improving the lives of black women in her community, Christiana founded the Home for Aged Colored Women in Providence. Decades later, Maria Lopes, another trailblazer, was the first black woman elected to the Rhode Island State Legislature, and she carried on Christiana's legacy of activism in Rhode Island. Maria lived in the Valley View Housing Project in Providence and made a name for herself as a social activist when she successfully blocked the mayor of Providence from turning the housing project into luxury apartments. In 1973, Maria stormed the city council chambers with over 400 residents and supporters to prevent the sale of Valley View. Thanks to Maria's advocacy, when Valley View was eventually sold, 25% of the units remained Section 8 housing. In 1989, Lopes won a seat in the Rhode Island House of Representatives, where she served for over a decade championing affordable housing issues. I certainly would not be standing here today as Rhode Island's first black member of Congress if it were not for the tireless work of Maria Lopes and Christiana Bannister. Women's history extends beyond the confines of March. Women's history is happening every single day and is worth acknowledgement every day as well. We must continue to uplift the hidden figures in our history. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
I'd like to thank the Honorable Gabe Amo from the great state of Rhode Island. Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure now to introduce the Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Shurtfulis McCormick of the great state of Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my co-anchor, Jonathan Jackson from the great state of Illinois, for co-anchoring this special order for now a year and a half, I think it is. Well, I rise today in honor of the courageous black women trailblazers whose determination and unwavering dedication have shaped the history of our country. Because of them, I can speak before you on this floor today. As we celebrate Women's History Month, we reflect on the courage and the commitment of black women who have led an indelible mark on our society and inspired future generations to carry the torch of justice. Among these trailblazers stands Shirley Chisholm, who shattered the glass ceiling in American politics. She holds a special place in my heart. Shirley Chisholm broke down the barriers and beat the odds to become the first black woman elected to Congress in 1968. She proudly fought for the rights of neglected communities and progressive politics that benefit working families. Her historic 1972 presidential campaign upended the status quo and gave hope to a new generation of leaders by encouraging them to trust in the strength of their voices. However, Shirley Chisholm wasn't alone. She was surrounded by women such as Barbara Jordan, a powerful force in American politics due to her unrelenting devotion to justice. She made history by being the first black woman elected to the Texas Senate and the first black woman from the South to be elected to the United States House of Representatives. She worked nonstop to advocate for civil rights, immigration reform, and the rule of law. Last year, we mourned the loss of Eddie Bernice Johnson. I had the honor of serving alongside her at the end of the 117th Congress. Her whole life was about serving others. Whether it was as a nurse at the VA in Dallas, or it was in the halls of this very institution. These trailblazers and countless others who followed in their footsteps have made a lasting impression on women's history. Their legacy is proof of the perseverance of the American people. We can pay tribute to these extraordinary people during Women's History Month by recommitting to the fight for justice, equality, and opportunity for all Americans. In their honor, let us strive to create a better union for all the generations to come. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
I would like to thank the Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Shurtfulis McCormick from the great state of Florida. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congresswoman Joyce Beatty from the great state of Ohio.
Madam Speaker, It is my honor to rise today to join my colleagues for this special order hour. I cannot think of a better time that I would stand in this House and be able to salute women, especially Black women. I say to our co-anchors, the Honorable Jonathan Jackson, and my good friend and co-anchor, the Honorable Sheila Shefferlis McCormick, thank you. Thank you for being our anchor, and thank you for reminding us of our rich history. And today, as we will hear many members of the Congressional Black Caucus come forward and talk about a list of women, especially Black women, those who came before us and their shoulders we stand on, like Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Shirley Chisholm, to coming today, Madam Speaker, where tomorrow, for the third time, a woman will sit in the seat where you are sitting as we hear the State of the Union. A Black woman who also happens to be the first ever Vice President of these United States of America. We also celebrate this month, sadly that we're giving it 1 month. Obviously, if I had my way, co-anchor, we'd celebrate it every day. But we will honor women like those who have been able to sit in that seat running Fortune 500 companies. People like Ursula Burns, my good friend Roz Brewer, and now Thasunda Duckett. We also honor young women like poet Amanda Gorman. When we think of the women who have done so much, whether they are doctors or athletes or educators or judges, yes, like Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, another Black woman whose shoulders we stand on. But let me end with this. You saved the best for last, Madam Speaker. 31 Black women serving in the United States Congress. If I had enough time, I'd do a roll call telling you that they hail from Alabama to Washington, D.C. But let me just leave it at this. 31 Black women. Thank God we put people over politics. 31 Black women serving in this chamber that understand that we have a right to women's reproductive rights. 31 Black women understanding that we support the child's tax credit. 31 Black women who understand that more women are now insured because of the Affordable Health Care Act. 31 Black women who understand that the first act that then President Obama signed was the Lilly Ledbetter Act. I could go on and give you a walk through this amazing history that I have been allowed to serve in. As the 9th Black woman to have chaired the Congressional Black Caucus, I say to you that we have been fortunate to have another female sit in that chair as the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. And so, as those who are witnessing us tonight, I say to all watching, we celebrate, we honor, we stand on the shoulders of women, especially Black women, because we know when women succeed, America succeeds. Thank you, and let us continue to put people over politics. I yield back.
I would like to thank the Honorable former Congressional Black Caucus Chairwoman, the Honorable Congresswoman Joyce Beatty from the great state of Ohio. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congressman Payne from the great state of New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the gentleman from Illinois for that kind introduction, and also the gentlelady from Florida for hosting this special order hour. They come here every week bringing the message from the CBC and do an incredible job. Also, it's very difficult to follow my classmate, the former chair lady of the CBC. It's a very hard act to follow, and so when I see her, I kind of cringe because I know I better get it together. But the Honorable Joyce Beatty has been a true friend, sister, and colleague to me. And to you, Madam Speaker, as you sit in that seat, it is apropos that this month you have been given the honor to stand over the Speaker's rostrum and control the House of Representatives. So I salute you as well as a woman. I rise today to celebrate the influence and achievements of women, of black women in America during Women's History Month. But first, I would like to discuss the origins of Women's History Month. Women's History Month started as Women's History Week in Santa Rosa, California in 1978. The local Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women planned a week of celebratory events to connect the International Women's Day on March 8th. The events highlighted the many contributions of women to American history and culture and society. And it included school presentations in Sonoma County, a student essay contest to honor local women, and with a parade through the downtown of Santa Rosa. The year after that, Santa Rosa's Historic Week triggered similar events to celebrate women in communities nationwide. In addition, historians and women activist groups began to push for a National Women's History Week. In 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued the first presidential proclamation to declare the first week in March as National Women's History Week. But 1 week was not enough to celebrate the enormous contributions of women to American history. So Congress created Women's History Month in 1987. And it stated that the month would recognize the specific achievements of women have made over the course of America's history in a variety of fields. This month, we honor women from all races, cultures, creeds during Women's History Month. But we are here today as the CBC to honor black women who have made a difference in America. And many of them need to be recognized more often. Women like Bessie Coleman, the first black woman to be a licensed pilot in this country. Alice Coachman, the first black woman to win an Olympic medal for the United States of America. Dr. Rebecca Lee Crumpler, the first black woman to earn a medical degree in the United States. Phyllis Wheatley, the first black woman to publish a book in this great country. And Mary Jane Patterson, the first black woman to graduate from an established college. We also have Mary Eliza Mahoney, the first black nurse and eventual co-founder of the American Nurses Association. More than that, Maloney was one of the first women to register to vote in Boston after her retirement in 1920. Maggie Lee Walker, the first black woman to start a bank and serve as the president of a U.S. bank. Alice Dunning, the first black woman to cover the White House as a reporter. Mae Jemison, the first black woman to become an astronaut and go into space. And Jemison overcame her fear of heights to do that. Can you imagine? These extraordinary black women are a few of the millions of who have made a difference in our country Today, black women are setting new standards of excellence in the sciences, the arts, athletics, politics, mathematics, education, medicine, and the law, just to name a few. I'm proud to be here to celebrate the contributions of a black woman. I am the product of a black woman, and all women to their betterment, for the betterment of America. They have helped to build this country, and we must do everything possible to protect the rights they have worked so hard for. And as we discuss the whole notion around black women and what they have contributed to this country, let's not forget all women and what they have done in this country. So I'm just honored to be here on the floor tonight to say thank you to the many black women that have made a difference in my life. Jean Blakely, Esther Wright, Kay Thompson Payne, Dr. Jacqueline Young, just to name very few, Wanda Payne, my late sister. I have been molded by black women all my life and just feel an obligation to stand in the trenches and help them advance their careers. Sarah Jones, just to name one. So I'm just really delighted to be here and express my gratitude to women, to black women, and women as a whole. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
I would like to thank the Honorable Congressman Donald Payne, Jr. from the great state of New Jersey. It's been a pleasure of mine to have worked with his father and to see his honorable son continue on in his tradition. Tonight, in this great chamber, we gather to honor and remember the contribution of women to the indispensable future of the American experiment with democracy. And in particular, I rise to give special commendation to the role that black women have played in the formation of American possibilities. It is not such a stretch to suggest that America would be unlivable for a great many of its citizens were it not for the indelible work and prophetic imagination of women in this country. Where would this country be without Eleanor Roosevelt, Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer, Shirley Chisholm, Diane Nash, Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, the Honorable Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Black women and all women really are the fabric that holds this nation together, because when men have followed their egos and ambition into war and repression, it was the women of this country who stood up to the madness, demanding ever more forcefully that the center must hold. And on this side of the aisle, we still believe that every woman should have the right to vote, the right to equal pay for equal work, the right for every opportunity and resources available to any man. We believe that when at all possible, no woman should ever lose her life giving birth to a child in the United States of America. We believe that the maternal mortality rates of black women is a moral indictment against the persistence of bigotry and discrimination in America. And on this side of the aisle, we believe in the right of every woman to control what happens to her body as a matter of reproductive justice, personal autonomy, and self-determination. How dare any man tell a woman what she can do with her body? How dare any government come in between a woman and her medical decisions? And how dare any political party use a woman's body as an opportunity to get elected rather than respecting the fact that every woman is made in the image of God? But that's the difference between this side of the aisle and, I must say, the other side of the aisle. This side of the aisle gave the nation Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson to be the first African-American woman to sit on the Supreme Court. The other side of the aisle has spent the last 50 years trying to destroy Roe versus Wade. And even after they facilitated that disaster, they even are now trying to undermine in vitro fertilization. Because that's the difference between this side of the aisle and the other side when it comes to issues that matter. This side of the aisle produced the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, who was principally responsible for passing the Affordable Care Act that has allowed millions of people to come out of the suffering shadows and receive the health care coverage they deserve. While on the other side of the aisle, leaders of that party facilitated a racist lie regarding the birth certificate of the former President of the United States, President Barack Obama. This side of the aisle facilitated the passage of Title IX. Many people are excited to see women playing basketball now, but that was a part of the civil rights legislation that we hold dear. Title IX is a law that prohibits sex-based discrimination in schools or any educational programs. And some have said that this law has single-handedly been the reason little girls all over America enjoy opportunities that their grandmothers never had. Because on this side of the aisle, we believe that every child is precious and that every little girl is a gift from God. And on this side of the aisle, we don't want our sons to have any more opportunities than our daughters get to enjoy. On this side of the aisle, we fight to expand freedom, opportunity, and the securities of justice to every American, regardless of race, class, gender, or sexual orientation. I can't speak for anyone else, but on this side of the aisle, we believe that the Bible, when it says, "Our sons and your daughters shall prophesy." And let me remind you today that as the son of a civil rights movement, I am keenly aware of the fact that the movement that made my election possible would not have been probable were it not for many black women. I stand on the shoulders of many of these remarkable black women who give their gift of insight, their gift of grit and generosity, and support the weight of generations yet unborn. I see them all over the home district in Chicago and the greater part of Illinois. I have encountered them in the churches on the South Side. They raised me. My mother and my sisters are one of them. They say hi to me in the supermarket. They meet me all over the district to talk to me about our nation, their need, and their lives. They are the daughters of thunders and children of light. And today I'm honored to recognize them. Today, I proverbially tip my hat and genuflect in the presence of such unusual greatness. And I am grateful today for the women in this chamber who are my colleagues. I'm grateful for what they do and for what they represent. For let us never forget that at the founding of this great institution, at the founding of this great country in 1776, and at the ratification of our Constitution in 1787, it was never in the imagination of the founders that a woman would sit in these chambers or cast votes as a member of this body. But look at what determination and faith can do. Look at what hard work and love for justice can do. So I celebrate each of you, the honorable women that serve in this Congress, and I pray that this country will continue to create greater room and greater opportunities for the genius in this nation's women so that they can flourish and we can live up to our highest potential. I would like to yield to the Honorable Sheila Shurthulis McCormick from the great state of Florida.
Thank you, Congressman Jonathan Jackson. Madam Speaker, as we gather here today, we must recognize and honor the contributions of black women in politics. These leaders have paved the way for all women to have a seat at the table. We look back at the significant historical events like the Civil Rights Movement. We tend to overlook the women who played significant roles behind the scenes. The time to acknowledge their contributions and celebrate their achievements is long overdue. There is one particular person who I would like to highlight, Miss Parthra Hall. Born on January 1st, 1940, she was known by various titles, including mother, preacher, feminist, and civil rights activist. Most importantly, she was the key inspiration behind Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s prominent speech, "I Have a Dream." delivered during the August 1963 March on Washington. Despite experiencing racism and personal tragedies from a young age, Hall was able to follow in her father's footsteps and become a passionate advocate for racial and social justice. This story is simply one of many who, despite being a key piece to the puzzle of our democratic system and making up 7.8% of the population, Black women are less than 5% office holders elected to serve in executive office, Congress, and the state legislature. Black women have given 110% of their time and effort in leading and in serving as attorneys, plaintiffs, organizers, educators, secretaries, and while playing many more roles in the background. March is a significant month to honor the contributions of Black women in American history. We shouldn't just honor the legacy of Parthra Hall on this single day. It is our responsibility to honor her every single day from now on. As Black women continue to struggle for representation, we have a responsibility to ensure the progress made by Black women in the past is not lost. We have a responsibility to pursue and fight for equality for everyone and make sure our fight for equality is eventually attained. Mrs. Speaker, I yield back to Jonathan.
Thank you, the Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Sherfless McCormick from the great state of Florida. Madam Speaker, thank you. You've heard from my distinguished colleagues about women's history and the many great contributions they have made. Madam Speaker, I am honored to introduce the Congressional Black Caucus Chairman, the Honorable Congressman Stephen Horsford from the great state of Nevada.
I thank Congressman Jackson and Congresswoman Sherfless McCormick for co-anchoring tonight's special order hour. I want to thank all of the members who have come to honor the start of Women's History Month. And I rise today with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus to commemorate Women's History Month and to reflect on the innumerable contributions to our country that women and Black women specifically have made throughout our nation's history. During Women's History Month, we celebrate the generations of Black women whose courage, advocacy, sacrifice, and patriotism have moved our country and the world forward. For generations, Black women have been hidden figures, leading our country through social evolutions, critical periods of growth, and eras of innovation. From the Civil Rights Movement to consistently serving as a foundation for our community's success, Black women continue to push the needle. In fact, to the co-chairs, just this weekend, we were in Selma for the 59th commemoration of Bloody Sunday. And one of the people that we had the honor of hearing from was Miss King, who was the person who received the letters from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. when he was writing the letter in a Birmingham jail. But as she explained that process, it was his handwritten notes on scraps of paper that were passed to his attorney that ultimately were written by this Black woman that actually gave us that letter. I went up to her after the conclusion of her panel, and I thanked her for being a part of history and being a part of the movement that led to the passage of the civil rights legislation and so many important bills. It was also in 1968 where Shirley Chisholm became the first Black woman in Congress. She, along with her colleagues, sought to make America live up to its promise that we are all created equal, and in this body founded the Democratic Select Committee, which ultimately would become the Congressional Black Caucus. I am so honored to serve as chairman of this Congressional Black Caucus, and I'm proud to say that today we are now comprised of the largest membership in our nation's history. The CBC has grown
from 13 members when we were founded 52 years ago to 60 members, representing more than a third of the U.S. population, including more than 20 million Black Americans. But it is on Shirley Chisholm's shoulders that the Congressional Black Caucus has continued to fight to dismantle barriers, to create opportunities, and to protect the very rights of every individual, regardless of their circumstance, because we believe, as Ms. Shirley Chisholm believed, that in a future where everyone can thrive and achieve their full potential. Every day, we build on the legacy of Representative Shirley Chisholm, understanding that we must always speak truth to power and to stand up for the values that we hold dear. We remain mindful that we must work to push back against efforts that impede progress, including those to roll back women's rights or to cut off access to capital and to better opportunities. This month and every month, we will remain mindful that we must directly address the challenges that persist, particularly for Black women in this climate. Black maternal mortality is at an all-time high, and access to reproductive care, access to the ballot box, fair representation, diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace and in corporate America, and fundamental freedoms are under threat every day. As the conscience of the Congress, the Congressional Black Caucus will continue working, fighting, and leading to protect abortion rights, to invest in child care, to deliver paid leave, and finally, achieve pay equity for Black women and to close the racial wealth gap in America. These are the priorities that the Congressional Black Caucus believes are important as we uplift the issues of Women's History Month. Again, I want to thank our co-anchors for leading tonight's Special Order Hour and all of our members, and especially the women of the Congressional Black Caucus. When we started 52 years ago, the CBC was made up of 13 people, 12 men, and 1 Black woman. Today, I'm proud that of those 60 members of the CBC, 31 are women, Black women, who are leading in the Congressional Black Caucus. We've come a long way. We have a much longer way to go, and I want to thank the members for their work on these important topics. With that, I yield back.
I would like to thank the tireless fighter, our leader, the chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, Chairman Stephen Horsford from the great state of Nevada. At this time, I'd like to thank my co-anchor, the Honorable Sheila Sherfless McCormick from the great state of Florida. Madam Speaker, you've heard from my distinguished colleagues about African Americans' contributions to America, to history, to American history, Women's History Month. All issues of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, our constituents, Congress, and all Americans tonight. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Skolton, for 30 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Each February, we come together as a nation to celebrate Black History Month. While we may have just closed out Black History Month, our celebration here in Congress and back home in West Michigan continues. This year, I had the honor of partnering with the Grand Rapids African American Museum and Archives to elevate the stories of West Michigan's heroes, barrier breakers, and change makers who shaped the course of our community and our nation's history. I'm proud to offer now these 6 stories of change makers from Michigan's 3rd Congressional District. Here are their stories. First, as we stand at this bridge between February and March, Black History Month and Women's History Month, as we just heard from our incredible Congressional Black Caucus, it is appropriate to begin with our first story, the story of Emma Warren Ford. Mrs. Ford was a well-known community organizer who challenged Jim Crow laws and protested discrimination in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. She began her work in the African Methodist Episcopal Church and the Women's Christian Temperance Union, the WCTU. At the 1982 WCTU State Convention in Benton Harbor, she was appointed as the superintendent of the Work Among Colored People. She was a founding member of the Married Ladies 19th Century Club, hosting meetings and leading activities for the first literary and social club for African American women in Grand Rapids. In 1913, Mrs. Ford was chosen by Governor Woodbridge Ferris to represent the state of Michigan at the 50th anniversary celebration of the Emancipation Proclamation in New York. What an honor for West Michigan. Our second story is the story of Paul Phillips. Phillips grew up in Omaha, Nebraska, where he set a state record in track, earning himself a scholarship to Marquette University. Later, he received a master's degree and a PhD in sociology from Fisk University. In 1946, Phillips came to Grand Rapids to work for the Borough of Community Association. Passionate about civic and community work, by 1947, he became executive director and secretary of the Grand Rapids Urban League, where he would later continue to serve for more than 30 years, including through the civil rights struggles of the 1950s and 60s, serving as a calm and strong force against racial discrimination. Phillips was passionate about documenting and researching Black history in Grand Rapids and is one of the most influential contributors to the local history that we know today. In 1951, Phillips won the election to the City Charter Commission, one of the first African Americans elected to public office in Grand Rapids. He was also the first African American elected to the city's Board of Education. During President Gerald Ford's time in office, Phillips served as a consultant on minority citizen concerns. In 1972, Phillips received an honorary doctorate of humane letters from Grand Valley State University. In 1967, Phillips passed away. The Paul I. Phillips Boys and Girls Club in Grand Rapids is named in his honor. The third story is that of Yvonne Little Woodward, the sister of Malcolm X, and a local leader and advocate in West Michigan. Yvonne secured her place of recognition as the first African-American telephone operator for Michigan Bell in Grand Rapids in 1948. Her son said she knew if she didn't do the right thing, it would take years for them to hire another Black operator. In Grand Rapids, the operators took a vote on whether they were willing to work with her. The vote was unanimous, except for one, who Little later won over. From her engagement with customers at the Woodland Park grocery store to her civic involvements, winning people over was at the heart of how she interacted with her community. Little was often called on to speak in West Michigan and elsewhere where children were the audience, focusing always on the next generation. Our next story is Murs Tate. Murs Tate defied the odds during the Jim Crow era and became a college dean and professor, a world traveler, an international reporter, and an advisor to General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Tate was born 60 miles northeast of Grand Rapids in Blanchard, Michigan in 1905. She longed to see the world outside of pine trees and dirt roads and to receive an education. After high school, Tate applied to the University of Michigan, but was rejected because of the color of her skin. This obstacle did not prevent her from getting an education. She was invited to attend Western Michigan University by President Dwight B. Waldo. In 1927, Tate became the first African American to graduate from that institution. In 1935, she went back to school and became the first African American to earn a graduate degree from Oxford University. Her dissertation and scholarly interest focused on disarmament, and she pursued a Fulbright fellowship in India. This wealth of experience led her to an appointment as an advisor to General Eisenhower on international relations. It also formed the basis for her continued scholarly work on the subject. Her second book, The United States and Armaments, was widely used by the Department of State and Committee for World Development and World Disarmament. In 1984, the department named Dr. Tate one of 3 Americans to represent the United States at a UNESCO seminar. Tate made history throughout her career. In 1941, she became the first African American female to earn a PhD in political science from Harvard University. In 1970, she became the first African American to receive a Distinguished Alumni Award from Western Michigan University. Tate was a college professor at several institutions, including Barber Scotia College, Bennett College, Morgan State College, and Howard University, where she taught from 1942 to 1977. She spoke 5 languages, traveled the world twice, was an international reporter for Baltimore's Afro-American newspaper, and worked as a photographer, filmmaker, and researcher for the U.S. State Department, all while being a college professor. Tate passed away in 1966 at the age of 91. She has left millions to institutes of higher learning that looked beyond her race and gender to provide her with a stellar education and to inspire her to impact the world in many areas for generations to come. We next have a pair of stories, those of Major Denzel Harvey and Dr. Robert Garrison. Major Harvey, and Dr. Garrison both have strong connections to the Muskegon community and served as Tuskegee Airmen during World War II. Denzel Harvey was born at Hackley Hospital and graduated from Muskegon High School. In high school, he earned a letter in track, where he was only just one of a few men of color on the team. In 1941, Harvey enlisted in the U.S. Air Force as a private first class, and by 1942 had been sent to Air Corps Advanced Flight School in Tuskegee, Alabama, where he joined the 99th Fighter Squadron. The 99th Fighter Squadron in 1943 was assigned to North Africa, flying hand-me-down aircrafts on support missions. They joined up with other African American aviation units there to create the 332nd Fighter Group. The 99th eventually moved to Foggia, Italy, where the group served as fighter escorts to B-24 bombers in bombing raids over the Mediterranean and Europe. It was the bombing crews that gave the group its name, the Red Tails. The National Park Service Tuskegee exhibit notes that the transition from training to actual combat wasn't always smooth, given the racial tensions of the time. However, the airmen overcame the obstacles posed by segregation. In 1942, Harvey eventually began serving temporarily as a captain. She said it was extremely rare. At the start of the World War, there were only 12 African American officers in the U.S. military. As a captain, Harvey once had a corpsman who refused to salute him. His daughter said he responded with, "You're going to salute the uniform if you don't salute me." She said that made it look easy, but it was never easy, because dealing with racism was never easy. Garrison's daughter, Judy Rogers, says her father was reluctant to talk about the war. Until she was 45 years old, she never knew that he had been a Tuskegee Airman. He was proud of himself, but I can't say he actually enjoyed being in the war. Dr. Robert Garrison was from Ohio, but he spent his entire post-war adult life working as a physician in Muskegon after being hired by Hackley Hospital in 1958. He didn't much talk about his work or his service, and for many years, he was known mostly for his work as a doctor in the community. Harvey earned a degree from Muskegon Community College, worked as a real estate agent, and attended law school. He later returned to the Air Force, taking his family with him to far-flung bases. He finished his career working in the city of Detroit's municipal courts. His daughter, Judy Rogers, said he was the area's only black physician for several years. In 1971, Garrison became the first black member of the Muskegon Community College Board of Trustees. He served for 10 years as a trustee for the Community Foundation for Muskegon County. Finally, to close out this moment of reflection, we have the story of a storyteller. I'd like to honor the Grand Rapids African American Museum and Archives' own George Bayard. A longtime Grand Rapidian, every single day, George is working to preserve West Michigan's African American history and keep memories alive for future generations. I couldn't be more grateful for his friendship, his partnership in this project, and our shared work together for our West Michigan community. George, this is for you. Your passion and dedication to telling the stories of Black West Michiganders ensures that Black History Month is not contained just to a single month, but that we recognize the contributions of African Americans in our community every day. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair would remind all members to maintain proper decorum in the chamber. Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate.